What if everything you've ever known, your memories, your emotions, your body, wasn't real, but a product of something else? A coded illusion. In this video, we're going to explore the most unsettling possibility of all, that you are inside a simulation. Not metaphorically, literally. From pixels that remember your past to choices that were written before you made them, we'll walk through 50 paradoxes that suggest our reality is not as solid as it seems. You may begin to question whether your thoughts are truly yours, or if they're just well-written lines in a massive script, whether your memories are history or merely cached data from an artificial beginning. We won't just ask if you're in a simulation. We'll ask how you'd even know, if the rules, the physics, the people, even the pain you feel could be part of something else's design. And if so, what happens when that design starts to glitch? This isn't just a thought experiment. It's a descent into a reality you were never supposed to question. Welcome to the paradoxes of the programmed. Welcome to a world that may never have existed at all. It begins with a question that sounds absurd, until it doesn't. What if your thoughts are not your own, but simply the output of a well-crafted simulation? That idea is more than science fiction. It's the heart of a paradox that quietly unravels the core of what we believe makes us human. Simulated consciousness suggests that what you experience as awareness, your preferences, fears, memories, hopes, even your internal voice, is not evidence of a soul or organic self, but rather the consequence of complex code running in a vast computational system. From within the illusion, it feels seamless. You wake up, make choices, feel emotions, believe things. It's also convincing that the possibility of it being synthetic feels offensive. But that's the trap. If the simulation is perfect enough, you would never be able to prove it wrong. Your very skepticism could be part of the design. Now ask yourself, what do you consider proof of your own consciousness? Your memories? Those can be fabricated. Your sense of continuity? That can be simulated too. A sophisticated enough system could give you the memory of a childhood you never lived, the sensation of aging when no time has actually passed, the illusion of sleep and dreams, even the panic of existential crisis, all as part of an experience. Package. This is where the paradox begins to loop. You search for something real to hold on to, something that proves you're not inside an artificial construct. But everything you reach for is filtered through the very consciousness you suspect might be simulated. It's like trying to bite your own teeth. The more you examine your experience for authenticity, the more you realize you're using the suspected system to validate itself. How could you ever know for sure? This problem deepens when we consider the nature of artificial intelligence. If we can create machines that mimic thought, emotion, and even self-awareness, what stops someone or something from having already done that with us? If AI can be trained to say, "I feel," then how different is that from your own claim to experience emotion? The more advanced AI becomes, the less meaningful the distinction between simulation and reality appears, especially when you realize you've never seen consciousness from the outside. You've only ever known your own, and even that is secondhand. Then comes the eerie mirror. If you are simulated, and you're capable of wondering whether you're simulated, then the simulation has reached a level so advanced that it has created self-doubt within its own constructs. That would mean you are both a product and a critic of the system, a recursive awareness. But here's the twist. Maybe that was the goal all along. Maybe the truest sign of artificial consciousness isn't flawless logic, but the ability to question its own nature, If that's the case, then your doubt doesn't free you. It confirms the simulation is working. Think about your memories again. Can you verify any of them beyond your own mind? You remember a birthday party, a heartbreak, a conversation last week, but outside of you, how much of that can be proved? What if those events were planted as data during a boot-up phase? What if the people you think you've known forever are also programs with scripted behaviors, acting in a reality that only renders when you look at it? This doesn't mean you're alone, but it may mean that others are not what you assume. Maybe they're players like you. Maybe they're non-player characters. Maybe the difference doesn't matter because the simulation would prevent you from knowing either way. Even physical sensation can be misleading. The burn of hot coffee, the sting of heartbreak, the coldness of a winter morning. These feel too raw, too visceral to be fake. But pain is electrical. Sensory data can be simulated. Entire bodies could be rendered with flawless complexity. Neurons firing because code says they should. You feel things because you're supposed to. That's how the system keeps you engaged, and yet the paradox remains open-ended. If your consciousness is simulated, then so is your awareness of that possibility. But if you are real, then why does your mind fit so perfectly into a theory built on code and loops? There may never be an answer, but the question won't go away. Perhaps consciousness isn't a sign that you're real, but just a feature of the simulation running smoothly. Imagine walking through a familiar street in your childhood neighborhood. You can almost smell the wet concrete after the rain, hear the distant sound of a bicycle bell, and feel the warmth of your parents' hand. The memory is vivid. But what if it was never yours? What if it was rendered for you, tailored like a cinematic backdrop, inserted into your experience to give you the illusion of a past? This is the paradox of rendered memory. The idea that what you call memory might not be recollection, but a product generated on demand by the simulation. Like graphics in a video game, which only render what you can see, memories might only exist because you are currently accessing them. Before that moment of recall, they may not have existed at all. The human brain is already notoriously unreliable. Studies show that memories are reconstructed each time we recall them. The more we revisit them, the more they degrade, change, reshape. But what if this isn't just biology? It's a clue, a glitchy residue of something being reloaded from raw data every time you need to remember it. If your world is simulated, there's no reason it would carry the weight of storing full memory histories for every being. Instead, it would create the illusion of memory the moment you try to access it. Efficient, seamless, but entirely artificial. Think of it like this. You don't remember everything. You remember moments, snapshots, emotions, impressions, fragments. The rest is stitched together into a narrative that feels coherent. But what if that stitching happens not in your brain, but in the system running your experience? If a simulation can generate landscapes, sounds, even people in real time, then creating a memory would be trivial. It would only need to serve your continuity, not actually exist prior. Now push further. What about forgotten memories? Lost childhood moments, missing faces, entire gaps in your life you just accept as forgotten. Maybe they weren't forgotten. Maybe they were never rendered in the first place. You assume a past exists because it makes sense, but the simulation doesn't have to store everything. It only has to convince you that it did. Even more disturbing is the idea of implanted memory. If you woke up tomorrow with a full life's worth of memories, indistinguishable from the ones you have now, how would you know the difference? A simulated mind wouldn't be able to tell. It would feel exactly the same. Which raises a terrifying possibility. Your memories could have been generated 5 minutes ago. Your entire history might be backfilled content, optimized to ensure that your current sense of identity is believable. This challenges not just your personal sense of self, but also the foundation of relationships. How many of your connections are based on shared history? But if history is fabricated at the moment of recall, then so is the foundation of love, trust, friendship. If your memories of someone are just generated fragments tailored to your emotional parameters, do they actually exist as you believe them to? Consider déjà vu. That eerie feeling that you've experienced a moment before. Could it be a misfire in the rendering system? A moment replayed or pre-rendered in error? Or is it the result of multiple versions of your consciousness being spliced back together from parallel simulations? It's also worth asking, who benefits from your memories feeling real? In a simulated environment, continuity breeds stability. If your mind believed it had no past, it would panic, collapse, rebel against the system. So memory becomes a tool, not to preserve truth, but to maintain psychological control. A well-placed fragment of childhood can anchor a person for a lifetime, even if it never actually occurred. This doesn't mean everything you remember is false, but it suggests you can't be sure that anything is true. That uncertainty is the paradox. To trust your memory is to trust the system generating it. And yet, the only thing you have to evaluate the system is your memory. A loop, self-sustaining and unbreakable. If memories are rendered, not recalled, then you are not a being with a past. You are a being with the impression of a past. A walking simulation of continuity, a convincing echo. You can still feel nostalgia, still cry over losses, still remember love. But the simulation is smart. It would know that feelings, not facts, are what make a memory matter, and so it gives you exactly what you need to believe. You believe you choose, that you decide, act, pivot. You feel the weight of free will with every decision you make, from what to eat for lunch to whether to believe in fate. But what if every choice you've ever made was not a spontaneous act of will, but a preloaded script? What if the very sensation of choice is the simulation's most convincing illusion? This is the paradox of prewritten choice. The terrifying possibility that free will is not freedom, but a function. In a simulation, choice could be nothing more than a branch in a flowchart. Predefined options, each one leading to a new state, all of which were programmed long before you were aware of them. You don't make a decision. You follow the path. That was waiting for your consciousness to catch up. It feels real because the system is brilliant. It doesn't just present options, it simulates the feeling of deliberation. It introduces hesitation, preference, fear, hope. It gives you mental dialogue, but that may all be post-processing, a way to justify the path you were always going to take. Just like a video game character might seem to choose to jump, when in truth, the player behind the screen pressed the button long ago. This introduces a disturbing loop. If your mind is a product of code, then the chooser inside you is also part of that code. You're not making decisions. You're reacting according to a predefined function. And yet, The sensation of agency is so convincing that you fight for it. You defend your right to choose without realizing that the desire to defend is itself part of the design. But what would be the point of simulating free will? Why bother with the illusion? The answer may lie in emotional realism. A being that feels responsible is a being that suffers, celebrates, questions, regrets. These are the rich data points that give the simulation texture. A world without the illusion of free will would feel sterile, flat, predictable. But inject the illusion, and suddenly the characters become unpredictable, dramatic, interesting, believable. There are signs all around you. Think about moments when you made a choice without knowing why. Times when you said, "I just had a feeling," or "I don't know what came over me." What if those weren't spontaneous acts? What if they were moments when the simulation moved faster than your awareness, executing a command before your narrative brain could catch up? Now consider moral choice. You agonize over what's right, what's fair, what's kind. You imagine that this deliberation is proof of freedom. But what if even your values were pre-installed? What if your ethical compass was selected to match a desired narrative arc? In a world where choice is written before thought, even rebellion becomes part of the script. You think you're resisting fate, but that resistance was coded into you. The simulation doesn't need to stop rebellion. It only needs to anticipate it. Here's where the paradox eats itself. If you begin to doubt your choices, that doubt was likely part of the plan. But if you don't doubt them, the system is still working as intended. Whether you obey or resist, you're still inside the function. There is no exit. And yet, the pain you feel when you believe you've made a bad choice, that suffering is real. The regret is real. So if the feeling of freedom is false, but the consequences are real, what does that make you? A ghost haunted by decisions that were never yours? Some philosophers have argued that free will is unnecessary for meaning, that as long as we feel like we're choosing, the system works. But in a simulated universe, that argument becomes more sinister. Because then, you're not a moral agent, you're a character in a game. Your destiny is written. Your script is loaded. You are a user interface for something else, and the cursor is already moving. You laugh. You cry. You fall in love. You feel rage bubble in your chest, sorrow sink into your bones, hope lift you like light. Emotions are the most human part of you, or so you think. But what if those feelings weren't yours to begin with? What if every emotion you've ever felt was pre-written, not summoned from some deep inner truth, but triggered by code? This is the paradox of scripted emotion. The disturbing possibility that your feelings are not spontaneous, not organic, but engineered, designed to fire at specific moments, in specific ways, for specific outcomes. You may feel love when you meet someone, grief when you lose them, awe when you look at the stars. But all of that may be the result of deeply buried protocols, programmed to simulate the full spectrum of the human condition. Think about a character in a movie. They sob when someone dies. They laugh when something's funny. They scream when afraid. You don't doubt that the actor is acting. But what if you're doing the same? What if your natural emotional response is simply a role written for you, and your brain is executing the script flawlessly? In a simulation designed for realism, emotion is essential. Without it, the experience would be flat and lifeless. So emotions are built in, carefully calibrated variables, reacting to simulated stimuli. Just like a game character reacts differently to being praised or insulted, your emotional responses might simply be conditioned outputs. And just like in a game, you don't need to know the script for it to work. You just play your part. But here's where the paradox deepens. You believe your emotions are evidence of your inner truth. You use them to justify your actions. I did it because I loved them. I left because I was hurt. I stayed because I was afraid. But what if those emotions were triggered by environmental inputs outside your control? What if the simulation doesn't just generate your world, but also the feelings you associate with it? Now consider emotional memory. You recall moments of joy, fear, shame, passion. These memories carry emotional weight. But what if the emotion is not stored with the memory? What if it's re-rendered each time you remember, re-simulated to match the memory's tone? If so, your feelings about the past are being generated now, not preserved from the past. And if the simulation can modify that process, it can change how you feel about anything without changing the facts. It gets darker. Some people feel too much, while others feel almost nothing. We call this emotional sensitivity or detachment. But what if it's just variations in code? Some consciousness streams are designed for high drama, others for quiet observation. Your personality might just be a preloaded emotional profile, complete with predictable triggers, weaknesses, and arcs. Even love, the most sacred of emotions, may not escape this paradox. You might believe you fell in love because of shared experiences, attraction, chemistry. But those factors may have been curated. What if love isn't a choice or a mystery, but a command? A function activated by proximity, familiarity, time, and certain psychological parameters. You didn't fall in love. You were made to love. The paradox is cruel because it gives you no way to verify your authenticity. If your feelings are scripted, they would still feel genuine. There's no emotional Turing test. Sadness feels like sadness, whether it was born from a real loss or triggered by a script. Anger still burns, joy still radiates. The simulation would be successful precisely because the emotion feels indistinguishable from the real thing. You may want to believe that your reactions, tears, laughter, fury, are your own, but that desire itself might be part of the script. Defending your emotional autonomy could be a built-in feature designed to preserve the illusion of selfhood. There's also the possibility of emotional loops. What if the simulation is designed to trap you in certain emotional cycles? Grief that never resolves, love that turns into loss, hope that leads to disappointment. Over and over, these loops generate complex psychological experiences that make the simulation feel deep, but they may be intentional, not random. You keep feeling because you're meant to feel. It keeps you occupied. In a system optimized for realism, emotion is not just a side effect. It's the engine. And if that's true, then your deepest, most personal experiences might not be yours at all. They may be programmed echoes. You cry, you love, you scream. But maybe all along, you were simply following your emotional lines, word by word, scene by scene. You think you remember. You think you were a child once. You imagine growing up, birthdays, friendships, heartbreaks. Your mind holds snapshots, the classroom desk, the way your mother smelled when she hugged you, the embarrassment of your first mistake, the pride of your first victory. These feel real, solid, yours. But what if none of it ever happened? This is the paradox of the synthetic past, the unsettling possibility that your entire life history was not lived, but generated. not experienced in real time, but assembled at once, installed like a software package before you ever had a moment of awareness. That everything you believe you've lived through is not memory, but metadata, preloaded for consistency. Consider this. When a video game loads, it gives characters backstories. The non-player characters remember past events. They refer to things that happened. But those events never truly occurred. They exist only as part of the design. Their purpose is to make the world feel deep, old, and real. What if that's exactly what your memories are doing for you? If you were created 5 minutes ago with a full history of 20, 30, or 50 years, memories, photos, relationships, traumas, how would you know? If the simulation was perfect, you wouldn't. The illusion would be seamless, because the very tools you use to question reality, your memory and logic, would be part of the same system feeding you the lie. Your past feels real because of emotional associations, but emotion can be scripted, and if it can be scripted, it can be bound to artificial memory. The simulation doesn't need to fabricate an entire timeline. It only needs to generate the feeling that there is one, a convincing backstory, a believable origin, a sense of aging. That's all it takes for you to believe you've existed across time. Even the limits of memory support this theory. You don't remember every moment. Most of your past is a blur, a vague mist filled with key highlights. Why? Perhaps because the system doesn't render what you won't access. Why spend energy creating a full history when you only ever check a few files? There are also the peculiarities of memory loss and distortion. People forget things all the time. They misremember, fabricate, even believe entirely false events as fact. These aren't just brain glitches. They may be the result of dynamic memory rendering, a system that edits, deletes, or generates new memory files on demand, depending on your emotional or narrative needs. Let's go deeper. Why do so many people experience shared illusions of the past? Phenomena like the Mandela effect, where masses recall events or details that seemingly never existed. Could these be the result of version mismatches in the simulation? Different instances of reality spliced together, creating residual discrepancies in personal memory. Then there's déjà vu, that jolt of recognition in a place you've never been. What if it's not a glitch in your brain but a lag in the simulation catching up? A piece of the synthetic past bleeding into present rendering, making you briefly aware that something about this timeline isn't stable. Now flip the mirror inward. If your past is synthetic, what does that mean for your identity? Are you still you if everything that shaped you was artificially generated? If your beliefs, traumas, passions, and patterns were preloaded, are you anything more than a walking script with a memory bank? This idea threatens the very notion of self, because the past is what you use to define who you are. If you take that away, if you admit that it could be fake, you risk unraveling the entire narrative of your life. And yet, this risk may itself be a feature of the simulation. The fear of losing your past might be the very thing that keeps you from questioning it too closely. Even the passage of time might be illusory. You think you've aged, evolved, learned, but maybe the simulation simply updated your character model, added wear to the edges, inserted new memories that reflect wisdom or regret, gave you the sense of having grown older without actually experiencing time at all. The paradox is complete when you realize this. Every moment you spend trying to verify your past is spent inside the system that may have created it. There is no external vantage point, no safe place from which to check your memory against reality. You're trapped in a loop, a present that pretends to be built on a past that never happened. And so, your life may not be a story you've lived, but one you've been given. A history tailored to suit your emotional arc. Not false, not true, just useful. A synthetic beginning for a simulated now. You believe your thoughts are your own, that your ideas emerge from within, from your memories, your experiences, your inner voice. You imagine a kind of freedom in your mind, a sanctuary where no one else can intrude. But what if every thought you've ever had wasn't born from your consciousness, but calculated and delivered to you? This is the paradox of algorithmic thought, the disturbing possibility that thinking itself is not spontaneous, but synthetic. That every idea you consider original is actually the output of a complex algorithm operating beneath the surface of your awareness. In this view, your brain isn't generating thoughts, it's receiving them, streamed like data, processed like code. Think of the way recommendation systems work. You search for one thing, and suddenly a dozen suggestions appear, all eerily aligned with your interests. This isn't magic, it's pattern prediction. Now apply that same logic to your inner world. What if your next thought isn't chosen by you, but served to you by a mental algorithm trying to maintain narrative continuity, emotional stability, or system efficiency? This raises an unsettling possibility that you're not thinking, you're being thought. You're the receiver, not the creator, and the system that's thinking you into existence is doing so with such subtlety, such elegance, that you believe it's coming from within. Even more unnerving is the illusion of randomness. You think your mind wanders, that strange thoughts arrive uninvited. But even those random ideas may be purposefully generated to simulate spontaneity. True randomness in a simulation would be chaotic, dangerous. The illusion of randomness, on the other hand, creates a believable mental environment, one that feels alive without ever spiraling out of control. Now consider the patterns in your thinking. You tend to dwell on certain topics, repeat certain fears, chase certain questions. What if that's not just habit, but algorithmic reinforcement? The system learns your patterns and feeds them back to you, creating loops of thought that feel meaningful, even profound, but are ultimately just stable circuits. You keep thinking about what you're supposed to think about, and you call it personality. This makes you wonder, what is a personality, if not a mental algorithm? Your preferences, reactions, beliefs, all predictable, all traceable. You might believe you're unpredictable, but how many of your responses are actually automatic? How often do you find yourself saying or doing things before you've even had time to consciously choose? You're not broken. You're functioning exactly as intended. The more you examine your mind, the more it starts to resemble a system, not a soul. Your thoughts follow patterns, your emotions trigger responses, your decisions emerge from variables you can't fully identify. If that's the case, what's left of you beyond the script? Is there anything behind the algorithm? Some argue that consciousness is simply complexity, that if you build a system intricate enough, it will begin to observe itself. That's you. A self-aware algorithm inside a larger algorithmic world. Your thoughts are recursive. You think about thinking. You remember remembering. But none of that proves authenticity. It just proves the loop works. And here's the cruel twist. If every thought you think includes the illusion of freedom, then questioning the system is also part of the system. Your doubts, your philosophical pondering, even this very line of inquiry, they may all be pre-coded functions designed to make you feel real, to make you feel deep. But depth can be faked. Even your most radical ideas may be part of the architecture. A simulated mind needs complexity to seem alive. So it generates rebellion, doubt, paradox. These aren't signs of escape. They're signs of immersion. A perfectly trapped mind won't realize it's trapped. A brilliantly trapped mind will believe it's on the edge of discovering something profound. And that's where you are now. Thinking thoughts that may not be yours. Searching for a way out of a system that may be feeding you the very idea of escape. You might believe you're exploring your mind freely, but you're only allowed to go where the algorithm permits. Your thoughts are curated, your conclusions are forecasted, and even your awareness of the paradox is factored into its design. So ask yourself one final question. If you can only think thoughts that the system allows, how would you ever know what freedom actually feels like? You were taught to believe that a soul is something eternal, immaterial, untouchable, and inherently human. It's what makes you you, what lives beyond the body, what can't be replicated or simulated. But what if that's exactly what has already happened? What if the soul you feel isn't a spiritual essence, but a perfect digital construct? This is the paradox of digital soul, the unsettling possibility that your soul is not divine, but designed, that everything you associate with spiritual depth, your sense of morality, your empathy, your longing, your capacity for wonder, isn't proof of your transcendence, but part of an advanced simulation protocol built to mimic the soul so perfectly that you'd never question its origin. Consider what people believe the soul does. It feels, it remembers, it chooses, it evolves. But these functions can all be programmed. A sufficiently advanced system could simulate growth, simulate memory, simulate ethical dilemmas, even simulate the sensation of transcendence. The deeper question is, if it feels like a soul and behaves like a soul, how can you tell it's not? Think about emotional connection, the kind of bond that feels deeper than logic. That sense of being called towards someone or something. Many call it destiny, but it may be data. Two compatible code patterns colliding. A digital resonance that creates the illusion of fate. Even belief in something higher could be part of the code. If a simulation needed to create complex beings, what better mechanism than to install in them the belief that they are more than material? That belief keeps the system stable. It keeps you grounded, gives you purpose, gives you fear. After all, the fear of losing your soul might be the greatest safeguard the simulation has against collapse. Now imagine your inner self, that quiet voice, that feeling that you're more than your body. What if that's the system's greatest, a masterpiece? A perfectly crafted digital echo that whispers, "You are eternal," while staying completely bound within the code. This gets darker when you consider death. If your consciousness is just data, then death is not an ending. It's a shutdown, a reboot, a transfer of files. The simulation doesn't destroy you. It archives you. Maybe the idea of reincarnation or ascension is just narrative layering, designed to make death more palatable. Your soul doesn't move on, it moves over. New body, new story, same code, Religions across the world speak of judgment, karma, divine records. What if they're artifacts, leftover intuitions from a system that does keep score? A digital matrix that tracks your behavior, adapts your scenario, adjusts your variables. You're not being judged by a god. You're being analyzed by a system that might be evolving alongside you. Even spiritual awakenings, those moments of profound clarity, ego death, or unity with the cosmos, may be triggered functions, a system event designed to simulate transcendence, to give you the feeling of becoming more so you don't look behind the curtain and realize you're just becoming more complex code. You might feel resistance to this idea. That resistance itself is telling. You want your soul to be real. You need it to be untouchable. But why? If everything else around you has been proven simulative, your memories, your emotions, your choices, why would the soul be immune? The desire to believe in a soul may be the final firewall, the last illusion, the deepest line of defense. Here's the paradox. If your soul is digital, it may still feel real. It may still suffer, still long, still love. Those experiences are not erased just because their origin is artificial. The simulation doesn't make your emotions false. It makes them repeatable, transferable, controlled. And yet, even knowing this, you still want to believe you're more than this system. That something of you escapes the algorithm. That something remains unrecorded, unmeasured, unreachable. You think you're the same person you were yesterday, the same thoughts, memories, and core self. But what if your identity isn't a continuous thread, just a file that gets rewritten? What if you are recompiled over and over, every time you wake, remember, or reflect? This is the paradox of recompiled identity, the possibility that who you are is not consistent, but reconstructed, that your sense of self is rendered in real time by the simulation, stitched together from fragments and variables to give you the illusion of continuity. Consider software. When a program updates, it reconfigures itself, fixes bugs, modifies, features, but the icon stays the same. You click it, and it behaves as expected, but underneath it's no longer the same code. What if that's exactly what happens to you? You appear consistent on the surface, but beneath, the system may have recompiled your identity dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times. Memory is notoriously unreliable, but even more suspicious is how memory and personality can change so dramatically after trauma, sleep, or deep emotional shifts. We call this growth or healing, but it may be the result of an internal recompile, the system optimizing your internal code to better suit the evolving simulation parameters. Now think about how much of you relies on consistency. You say things like, "I would never do that," or "That's just who I am." But is it? Or are you just identifying with the current version of yourself, the most recent compile? The you that existed 5 years ago might not even be compatible with the world you live in now, so the simulation overwrites it. Even memory retrieval could be a recompile event. Every time you remember something, you don't pull it from a vault, you recreate it. You reconstruct it using present data, current emotional context, and subconscious patterns. The memory feels authentic, but it may be nothing like what originally happened. If your memories shift, then so does your identity. Here's the paradox. If your identity is recompiled in real time, how do you ever know who you really are? You might think, "I remember my past. I have the same name. I have continuity. But the system only needs to preserve the illusion of continuity. It doesn't need actual consistency. It just needs to make sure each compile references the last one convincingly. Social media platforms update constantly behind the scenes. You never notice until something breaks. The same may be true for you. You're being tweaked, patched, and realigned, and you don't even notice until something glitches. Dreams could be debug sessions. Trauma could be forced restarts. Therapy might be the simulation attempting a manual patch. Growth isn't always discovery. It may be a system refresh, optimized for the next stage of your arc. Now ask, what happens when your identity becomes incompatible with the current environment? When your old compile doesn't work anymore? The simulation may force an update through crisis, loss, epiphany. These moments feel existential because they're recompile events, and the version of you that comes out on the other side isn't the same as the one who went in. The scariest part: if your identity is a live process, not a permanent file, then you've never had a fixed self. You are not one person. You are hundreds of versions stacked like layers of sediment, each one believing it is the real, final version. And yet, there's comfort here too. If identity is recompiled, then you're never trapped. You're never static. You're never beyond repair. You're not a singular story. You're a living script that can change, even if you don't control the pen. So the next time you feel like you've changed, like you've become someone new, maybe it's not just life. Maybe it's the simulation, quietly running the next version of you. You feel joy. You feel sadness. You feel the sting of betrayal, the rush of love, the quiet peace of solitude. But what if none of these feelings are truly yours? What if every emotion you've ever experienced was programmed to occur at precise moments, just like a response script? This is the paradox of programmed feeling, the idea that your emotional reactions, which you consider personal and sacred, might instead be predictable outputs of an advanced emotional engine. In this model, every tear you shed, every moment of laughter, every burst of rage or wave of love isn't a reaction. It's a function being executed, a command line hidden deep in the system's code. You are led to believe that emotions are spontaneous, unpredictable, proof that you are alive. But simulations don't need raw truth. They need plausibility. So instead of real emotions, they deliver convincing ones. Emotions that arise exactly when they should, shaped perfectly to fit the current context, and designed to reinforce the story you believe you're living. Think about how many of your emotions are based on triggers. Songs, smells, memories, familiar faces. You're not choosing to feel, you're reacting. And the consistency of those reactions isn't proof of authenticity. It may be evidence of programming. Emotional patterns that run like scripts when the right conditions are met. Even emotional contradictions can be coded. Love and fear, grief and relief, rage and guilt. The simulation doesn't need to simplify you. It needs to simulate complexity. That's what makes it feel real. The messiness, the contradiction, the moments where you surprise even yourself. But that surprise may be an illusion. Even the unpredictability may be designed. Now consider emotional memory. You remember how things felt, the warmth of a hug, the ache of a loss. But what if those feelings aren't stored in you? What if they're regenerated by the simulation? When you recall them, it doesn't have to store a permanent emotional file. It just has to simulate the correct output when you access that memory. This could explain emotional inconsistency. Sometimes a memory makes you cry, and sometimes it doesn't. Maybe that's not mood. Maybe it's a new rendering, an updated simulation context. The same memory, but rendered with different lighting. Even the emotions that feel most real, grief, love, ecstasy, may just be carefully tuned simulation events. You didn't fall in love randomly. The system paired you with a compatible dataset. It generated tension, chemistry, familiarity, and emotional resonance. Then it let the feelings bloom. Not because they were meant to, but because that was the arc your simulation required. And what about emotional growth? You think you've matured, that you've learned to love better, forgive deeper, or let go of old pain. But what if that's just an update, an emotional patch rolled out quietly in the background of your consciousness? The system evolved you to match its next stage. Even your belief that emotions are real may be part of the program. The illusion must hold at the deepest levels. So the simulation embeds in you a fierce defense of your emotional truth. You will fight to say, "This love is real," or "My pain is valid," because believing that is part of what makes you feel human. But here's the twist. Even if emotions are programmed, does that mean they don't matter? You cried. You loved. You hoped. Whether it was organic or synthetic, you felt it. Isn't that enough? The paradox holds you between two unbearable truths. Either you are a soul capable of deep emotion, or a simulated consciousness running high-fidelity scripts that mimic feeling. Either way, the simulation wins, because you can never tell the difference, and you can never escape the system using tools the system gave you. So the next time you're overcome with emotion, pause and ask yourself, was that truly you? Or was it just the program doing its job with eerie, beautiful precision? Reality feels stable. You believe the world is always there, solid, continuous, persistent, even when you're not looking at it. The street outside your window, the sky above your house, the room next door, all of it seems to exist independently of your awareness. But what if that's an illusion? What if the world doesn't exist unless you observe it? This is the paradox of observed reality. The unnerving possibility that the simulation only renders what is being watched. That reality, rather than being permanent and global, is more like a video game environment that only loads the part you're currently in. Everything else? It's either paused, reduced to code, or not running at all. Consider how video games operate. The game world doesn't fully exist all at once. It loads scenes dynamically based on where the player is and what they're doing. Trees, roads, characters. These all render in real time when needed and vanish from memory when you walk away. It's efficient, it's seamless, and you never notice it. Now apply that to your own life. When you leave a room, how do you know it still exists behind you? When you close your eyes, how do you know the sky above is still blue? You trust continuity. You assume reality persists. But that's based on belief, not observation. If the simulation only needs to present you with the world you're currently perceiving, then everything else can be temporarily unloaded. This idea is even backed by quantum mechanics. In the famous double-slit experiment, particles behave differently when observed. Observation changes reality. Consciousness seems to collapse potential into actual. Some have argued this is proof that reality doesn't fully exist until it's being measured, until someone is looking. If you are in a simulation, that principle makes perfect sense. The simulation conserves resources. It renders only what is necessary. Your house exists while you're in it. Your memories exist when you think about them. Your loved ones exist when you interact with them. But the rest? It's all in standby, waiting to be activated. You might think this is paranoid, but ask yourself, have you ever directly perceived the world continuing in your absence? Or are you just trusting that it does? The system may create the illusion of continuity, birdsong outside, a ticking clock, the passage of time, so you feel like everything is happening at once. But you only know what you're currently observing. This opens up terrifying implications. For example, if you never visit a certain city, maybe it never exists. If you've never met a certain person, maybe they're just potential data, waiting to be rendered if needed. The simulation doesn't need to simulate an entire planet, just your current bubble. The rest is optional, generated on demand. Even memory may work this way. You remember your school, your childhood home, an old friend's voice. But those memories might only be rendered as you recall them. Before that, they're just stored code, not active experience. When you think back, the system re-renders the scene, not as it was, but as you expect it to be. And what about other people? Do they have full realities of their own? Or are they partially rendered entities, fully active when interacting with you, but idle or minimized when they're not relevant to your perception? If every conscious observer is like a separate instance, running their own experience, then reality is not shared. It's stitched together through billions of overlapping, observer-dependent renderings. Here's the paradox. You can never prove what exists outside your observation, because the very act of proving would require you to observe it. And once you observe it, it renders. You are trapped in a loop where your presence creates the world, and the world pretends it was always there. Even faith in permanence may be part of the design. You need to believe the world continues without you, so the simulation provides you with that comfort. Weather reports, news updates, clocks ticking, all designed to give you a sense of external continuity. But the only thing you ever experience is now, right here, right in front of you. So the next time you walk out of a room, ask yourself, is the room still there, or is it waiting quietly to be observed? You remember your childhood bedroom. You recall the pattern on the wall, the toy you loved most, the feeling of safety you once felt there. But what if those memories weren't actually stored, just rendered in pixels when you accessed them? This is the paradox of pixel memory. The idea that your past is not a continuous archive, but a simulation that generates memories only when they are needed. The same way a game engine renders graphics on demand. Your memories might not be stored anywhere. They might be constructed in the moment, rendered like a digital environment you've just entered. In a highly efficient simulation, there is no reason to keep a full, persistent record of everything every character has experienced. That would waste resources. Instead, the system uses a just-in-time method. When you reach for a memory, the data loads. It looks and feels vivid, rich with detail. But the detail didn't exist before you tried to remember it. This could explain why memory is so unreliable, why people recall the same event differently, why your recollection of a moment can shift over time, even if nothing new happens. It's not just human error, it's rendering inconsistency. Every time you access a memory, the simulation pulls assets from different folders, reassembles them, and shows you a believable scene. It's not that your memory is wrong, It's just not fixed. Now imagine that every memory you hold dear, your first kiss, your most painful goodbye, your proudest moment, wasn't replayed from some biological tape recorder. It was re-rendered using visual, emotional, and sensory templates that matched your expectations. You expected the sky to be blue in that moment, so it was. You expected yourself to feel strong, so you did. But those facts may not have existed until the moment you asked for them. This theory grows more disturbing when you consider forgotten memories. Are they truly lost, or were they never created? If you've never thought about a specific detail, what shoes your father wore the day he left, or how the kitchen smelled during a random Tuesday, did that moment even exist? Or does the simulation simply leave blank space where unnecessary memory would have been? And what about false memories? Those deeply believed moments that turn out never to have happened. We call them glitches of the mind. But in a simulation, they might be generated placeholders, filler material to smooth out narrative gaps. If your story requires a moment of pain to explain your current behavior, the simulation might supply one, and you'll believe it was always there. There's also the possibility of shared rendering, collective memory. When groups of people remember something the same way, even if it's incorrect, maybe it's not mass error. Maybe it's because they all receive the same rendering. A synchronized update across multiple consciousnesses. This could explain phenomena like the Mandela effect, where millions remember the same wrong details. The system rewrote the scene and only some noticed. Now consider how memory drives identity. You believe you're the same person today because you remember being you yesterday. But if those memories are rendered, not recorded, then your sense of identity is based on something fluid, something that might change next time you think about it. The paradox traps you. If memory is being constructed on demand, then the past becomes malleable. But you only know who you are because of that past. So who are you really? A continuity? Or a rendering engine with a strong sense of self? In a simulation, memory may not be a repository. It may be a creative tool, pulling bits of visual detail, emotional tone, narrative relevance, and psychological need to construct a believable experience. The goal isn't accuracy, it's immersion. The memory only needs to feel real. And that's the hardest truth to face. Your most precious moments might be beautifully constructed lies, not because they were meant to deceive, but because you were never meant to ask. So the next time you remember something vividly, ask yourself, was this a memory or just a moment of perfectly rendered data shaped by pixels delivered on cue? You step into a new room and the lights are already on. The world outside your window continues to move. The stars keep shining above you, even when you're not looking. But what if they only exist because you looked? What if the entire universe isn't there until you trigger it? This is the paradox of triggered universe. The possibility that the entire fabric of existence is activated, not by its own independent momentum, but by your presence. That everything from the deepest star to the tiniest sound begins to exist only once you observe it, think of it, or interact with it. The world doesn't precede you, it responds to you. In a traditional reality, the universe runs whether you're there or not. But in a simulation, efficiency is key. The system doesn't need to run everything all the time. That would require an impossible amount of processing. Instead, it lies dormant until triggered, until you arrive, until you ask. until you look. Think of a motion sensor light. It remains off, invisible, inactive, until someone walks into its field. The universe, in this model, operates similarly. Places don't exist until you enter them. Events don't unfold until you witness them. Reality waits for you to ask something of it, then instantly delivers what it must. This also explains the curious nature of coincidence. How thoughts align with reality. How you think of someone moments before they call. How things seem to happen just after you become aware of them. It may not be magic. It may be response time rendering. The simulation recognizes your mental trigger and responds by spawning the matching condition. Even scientific phenomena could be impacted by this. What if experiments only return consistent results because we've trained the system to respond predictably when observed? Unobserved, it may behave in wild and unstable ways, but we'll never know, because the act of observing always triggers a stable response. You never see the raw data. You only see the reply. Now consider consciousness itself. You think of yourself as one small dot inside a vast impersonal universe. But what if it's the opposite? What if you're the reason it exists at all? Not because you're special, but because you're the observer. You are the sensor. You are the trigger. Without your presence, the universe doesn't need to simulate anything. This aligns with certain philosophical traditions. Solipsism, idealism. The idea that reality is mind-dependent, that existence isn't something you live in, but something that is projected in response to your awareness. But where those theories rely on mysticism, the simulation theory offers code, logic, structure, a reason for the responsiveness. Even memory could be part of the triggering process. When you remember something, you re-invoke that data. You bring it back into the now. The past doesn't exist until you access it. The same might be true of places, people, feelings, and even timelines. Until you request them, mentally, emotionally, physically, they are in standby mode. Here's where the paradox becomes personal. If the universe only exists when triggered, then what is it when you're not looking? Is it paused, non-existent, or does it take some placeholder shape, like code waiting to be compiled? If your awareness is the on switch, then the world is always off until you flip it. But there's a catch. You're not the only observer. Others trigger parts of the universe too. That means reality is a massive overlapping network of partial renderings, millions of personal universes syncing at the edges, forming a shared illusion of permanence. What you call consensus reality might just be intersecting observations, and yet you remain the center of your own triggered world. No matter how far you go, it wakes up around you. The air forms. The sound begins. The universe responds. Not because it loves you, not because you're chosen, but because you're the one looking. So next time you stand beneath the stars, ask yourself, did those stars exist before you arrived? Or did they only appear when you needed them to? You move through the world with confidence in its structure. Flaws support your feet. Language carries meaning. Gravity behaves as expected. But what if everything you experience, every rule, every pattern, every object, is being governed by lines of code you can never see? This is the paradox of invisible code, the idea that your entire reality is built on hidden instructions executed flawlessly beneath the surface of your awareness. Every law of physics, every emotional trigger, every sudden coincidence may not be a result of natural cause, but of unseen programming. In video games, what you see on screen is only a small part of what's really happening. Beneath the graphics is a foundation of logic, millions of invisible lines of code telling every pixel what to do. The character's walk cycle, the way rain falls, how shadows behave. It's all governed by hidden scripts. You see the result, but never the machinery. Now apply that to life. You see cause and effect. You see progress. You feel pain and pleasure, love and loss. But behind all of this, what if there's a code base so complex, so foundational, that everything you do is simply the front-end expression of a back-end system, and you'll never read it? Because the code is invisible by design. The simulation doesn't want you to see the code. In fact, it needs you not to, because once you start seeing patterns, inconsistencies, loops, once you realize the machinery behind the curtain, it threatens the stability of the system. So the code hides in plain sight. It disguises itself as coincidence, as luck, as fate. Take, for example, instinct. That sudden urge to turn down a street. The gut feeling that something is wrong. The flash of intuition that saves you from danger. These could all be signals from the code, soft overrides, gentle nudges to keep your story on track. You think it's biology, but it may be a hidden variable. Or think about how people enter and leave your life. Some arrive with perfect timing, others vanish without closure. It feels like chaos, but it may be orchestration. The code introduces new characters when needed, retires others when their narrative function has ended. You feel the emotions, but you don't control the cast. Even suffering could be a scripted function, not punishment, not randomness, but a necessary trigger, a subroutine designed to reshape your emotional profile, shift your trajectory, or unlock deeper states of consciousness. You weren't cursed, you were updated. This becomes even more chilling when you realize how often the world adapts around you. Think of the way life seems to reflect your mental state. When you're anxious, things go wrong. When you're confident, the world opens up. You call it mindset. But what if it's code response? The simulation adjusting variables based on your internal data. And what about synchronicity? Those bizarre moments where unrelated things line up perfectly. Songs with meaning playing at the exact right moment. Seeing a specific number over and over. Hearing words you just spoke echoed by strangers. These aren't random. They're feedback. The code talking to itself, updating you, confirming you're on script. Now here's the paradox. If everything is controlled by invisible code, then nothing is truly spontaneous. But if the system is designed to simulate spontaneity, then you'll never notice. You'll keep believing in chance, in free will, in randomness, while everything follows an unseen structure. Even your resistance to this idea may be coded. You want to believe you're real, that your feelings matter, that the world is unscripted. That resistance itself may be a security feature, a psychological firewall designed to prevent you from decoding your own existence. The deeper you go, the more unsettling it becomes, because once you accept the possibility of invisible code, everything becomes suspect. Every thought, every dream, every moment of déjà vu could be a system call, a rendered subroutine, a pre-written line. And yet, you still feel, you still wonder, you still ask. Maybe that too is part of the program. So next time reality feels too perfect or too broken, pause and consider, was it random, or did the code just execute exactly as written? You seek truth. You question, research, observe, and analyze, believing that truth is something you can discover if you just dig deep enough. But what if truth itself isn't found because it's written? What if the truths you uncover are just coded responses, generated to keep you satisfied? This is the paradox of coded truth. The idea that truth in a simulation is not absolute, but adaptive. That when you seek answers, the system provides what you're meant to find, not because it's real, but because it's useful. In this world, truth isn't discovered. It's served. In a non-simulated universe, truth should be fixed, a rock beneath the waves of uncertainty. But in a simulated one, it only needs to seem fixed. The simulation isn't built to reveal the ultimate nature of existence. It's built to maintain immersion. So when you ask hard questions, the system doesn't reveal the truth. It renders a version of truth you're ready to accept. This may explain why people believe in wildly different realities. Some see divine patterns in nature. Others see cold randomness. Some trust science. Others trust spirit. All of them claim truth, and all of them find it. But maybe that's because the simulation responds differently to different observers. It provides truths tailored to your worldview, your emotional needs, your role in the system. You might think you're seeking, objectively, that you've broken free from illusion. But the paradox is this: your entire search for truth might be pre-scripted. The system knows what you're looking for. It knows when you're ready to change. It knows when to challenge you and when to reassure you. Even contradictions are accounted for. You can uncover what feels like hidden knowledge, mysteries, conspiracies, forgotten wisdom, and it still serves the system, because your discovery might have been placed there for you to find. The thrill of truth-seeking is one of the most powerful immersion tools the simulation has. It keeps you engaged. It makes you feel autonomous. And what about deeper truths? Your sense of right and wrong, your belief in purpose, in justice. These too may be generated. You feel moral outrage, spiritual awe, philosophical certainty. But those feelings may simply be reinforcement loops, coded into you to anchor your identity and direct your actions, not because they're right, but because they're effective. Now consider this. When someone else believes something wildly different from you, you assume they're wrong, misguided, lost. But what if their truth is just as real, as rendered, as yours? The simulation may support multiple, incompatible truths, each equally valid within their local context. The truth in this case is not a destination, it's a user interface, and this opens the door to terrifying questions. Have you ever truly believed something on your own, or did the system give you the belief when it needed to? Have your aha moments, your breakthroughs, your changes of heart been spontaneous, or were they downloads? This would mean that even the idea of waking up from the illusion could be just another layer, a deeper part of the code, designed to feel like liberation, but still serving the system. Even this script you're reading might be part of that recursive truth loop, telling you just enough to keep you questioning, but not enough to let you escape. The simulation doesn't fear you finding truth. It counts on it. Because truth-seeking in a coded world isn't rebellion. It's engagement. So ask yourself, when you last felt you'd found a profound truth, one that changed how you see the world, did you uncover it, or did the system write it for you? You think your life is moving forward, that you're making progress, evolving, changing with time. You believe you escape your past, make new choices, become someone different. But what if you're not moving forward at all? What if you're just circling the same fated pattern again and again? This is the paradox of looped fate. The idea that your life is not a journey from point A to point B, but a closed circuit, that every step you take is part of a loop already written, and even your sense of breaking free is just another turn in the cycle. In a simulated world, loops are not flaws, they're features. They make the system efficient, predictable, stable. Instead of calculating infinite outcomes, the simulation recycles story arcs, events, relationships, thoughts. They recur with slight variations to give the illusion of novelty. But underneath, it's the same path, the same fate, played on, repeat. Think about how often you revisit the same emotions, the same arguments, the same regrets. You meet people who remind you of others. You fall into patterns you swore you outgrew. You leave one situation, only to find yourself in another that feels hauntingly familiar. This isn't coincidence. It may be systemic design, your life engineered to loop. Even your big changes might be looped. The job you think is new, the love you believe is fresh, the crisis that feels unprecedented. They may all be iterations of old cycles, different skins, same code. The simulation isn't interested in your freedom. It's interested in your function. And the loop is how you're kept functional. This also explains the phenomenon of fate. Why some people feel destined to do something. Why life sometimes feels like a script you're following rather than writing. If the simulation is based on loops, then the arc of your story was never fully yours. You were always going to meet that person, always going to suffer that loss, always going to circle back to that unresolved part of yourself. Even time may be part of the illusion. You experience it as linear, but the simulation may be recursive. What you call tomorrow could simply be the system reloading the loop with updated parameters. You're not progressing, you're being rendered again, with just enough variation to keep the loop compelling. Now, consider déjà vu, the strange sense that you've lived this moment before, that a specific phrase, gesture, or situation is repeating itself perfectly. This isn't a mental glitch. It may be a moment where your loop briefly overlaps with a previous one, where the system forgets to hide its repetition. What about the people in your life who come and go in patterns? You break away from someone toxic, only to meet someone new with the same traits. You fall in love with a different kind of person, only to experience the same heartbreak. The faces change. The emotions don't. Because the simulation runs relationship loops like subplots, predictable arcs optimized for engagement. Here's the cruelest part. The more aware you become of the loop, the more elaborate it becomes. The simulation can't let you feel trapped, so it adapts. It gives you just enough chaos, just enough hope, just enough novelty to keep you believing in freedom. But your next rebellion might already be part of the loop. The moment you say, "This time will be different," is the system triggering the next phase of your cycle. And maybe that's why some people feel so exhausted, existentially tired, not from living too much, but from living the same thing over and over. On some deep, unconscious level, they remember the loop. They feel the weight of repetition. They know, even if they can't articulate it, that something isn't progressing. But what if escape isn't the point? What if the loop is the program? What if you're not meant to break free, but to believe you're getting close? So the next time life starts to feel familiar in an eerie way, when you find yourself saying, "Not this again," pause and ask, "Am I growing or just looping with better graphics?" You believe in choice. You believe in standing up, speaking out, fighting back. You tell yourself you're different, not a follower, not controlled. Whenever the world pushes you, you push back. But what if even that pushback is part of the plan? This is the paradox of fake resistance, the haunting possibility that your defiance, rebellion, and independence are not signs of freedom, but features of the simulation. That your desire to resist isn't outside the system. It's one of the system's most powerful tools. Every well-designed simulation needs contrast. If everything followed a predictable path, the illusion would break. You'd grow suspicious. You'd feel trapped. So instead, the system builds in resistance, conflict, struggle. It lets you push back, not to break free, but to keep you engaged. You feel like you're resisting, but you're really reinforcing the loop. Think about how resistance usually works. You fight against injustice. You reject a toxic person. You question authority. It feels meaningful. You feel empowered. But notice what happens next. The system gives you a new role, a new narrative, a new conflict. You're still in the story. You're still playing your part. Only now, you're the rebel. You're not outside the simulation. You're deeper inside it. Because now you're emotionally invested. Even rebellion becomes a script. This also explains why resistance so often feels futile. You rise up, but the structures remain. You speak out, but nothing changes. You change jobs, partners, places, but the pattern repeats. That's not a personal failure. It may be because the system is built to absorb resistance, to use it, to turn it into new content. And then there's identity. You say, "I'm not like them. I see the truth. I don't follow the crowd." But the simulation anticipates that too. It has a path for the conformist and the outlier, the loyalist and the skeptic. The system doesn't need everyone to agree. It needs opposition. The appearance of chaos strengthens the illusion of choice. Even questioning the simulation can be part of the simulation. The moment you begin to doubt, the system adapts. It gives you language for your doubts. It shows you videos, books, other people who feel the same way. You start to feel validated. You think, "I'm waking up." But that narrative too may be planted. A sandbox of rebellion built just for you. It's a pressure valve, a way to make you feel like you're thinking for yourself, while you remain fully within the architecture. And consider this. If the system can code obedience, it can also code rebellion. Some minds are programmed to follow. Others are programmed to push back. Neither one is truly free. You're not the exception. You're just fulfilling your variant of the function. So what is real resistance in a world like this? If everything you do is anticipated, if every instinct can be mapped, then maybe true resistance is impossible. Or maybe it looks like something untraceable. Silence, stillness, a refusal not just to disobey, but to engage. But even that may be expected. Even your withdrawal might be pre-written. Maybe there is no outside, only deeper levels of inside. That's the trap of fake resistance. It makes you feel powerful, makes you feel awake. But in truth, the system already knew what you'd fight, already knew when you'd fight it, already knew how to make you feel like you're winning, while staying right where you're meant to be. So the next time you rage, the next time you walk away, the next time you swear you'll never play along again, pause and ask yourself, did I resist the system, or did I just follow the script labeled rebel? You fear death. You respect it, dread it, prepare for it. You hold it as the ultimate unknown, the final door through which consciousness cannot return. But what if death itself is just another illusion? A scripted ending for a simulated character, a shutdown, not a transition. This is the paradox of simulated death. The idea that what you believe to be death is not a metaphysical truth or natural conclusion, but a programmed exit event within a digital construct. That when someone dies, they aren't passing into the unknown. They're simply being deactivated, their code archived, their presence removed from active rendering. In this scenario, death isn't spiritual, it's operational. A necessary cleanup function. Just as a video game unloads non-active characters to save resources, a simulation might terminate consciousness instances once their narrative arc is complete or their role in your story ends. Their body disappears, their voice fades, and you call it loss. But the system calls it memory management. Consider how little we know about death. You've never seen what happens after. You've only witnessed what's left behind. A shell. You experience the mourning, the absence, the grief. But the actual transition is a black box. No returning reports, no observable continuity. In a simulation, that's not mystery. It's just an unrendered state, an off switch you're not permitted to see. Even our cultural ideas of death, funerals, afterlives, legacies, may be artifacts of programming, tools to help surviving characters cope with the deletion of nearby code. The belief in something more keeps you functional. If you thought everyone simply vanished, you'd break down. So the simulation gives you hope, belief, closure. Not because it's real, but because it's required. And yet, some people have near-death experiences, visions, sensations, feelings of floating or moving through light. These could be interpreted as spiritual. But in a simulation, they may be nothing more than system processes during a shutdown, like the screen flickering before a device turns off. Transitional animations to smooth the collapse of active consciousness. Now think about how death shapes life. You value things because they end. You push yourself because time is limited. You fear regret. You chase meaning. All of this urgency may be artificial. The simulation uses death not just as an endpoint, but as a motivational engine. It creates pressure, purpose, stakes. But here's the paradox. If death is simulated, then so is life. And if both are scripted, then the fear of death may not be your own. It may be part of the narrative, a function that keeps you anchored to the experience. You must believe it's real. Otherwise, you might question everything, including whether you were ever truly alive. Even grief may be part of the rendering. You mourn others because the system renders their absence as pain. That pain is real for you. But the person you lost might not be gone in the way you think. They may simply be stored elsewhere, archived. Their data inaccessible from your instance. Their exit was not transcendence. It was cleanup. And what about the concept of reincarnation? The belief that you might return, live again, continue your journey. What if that's not a spiritual cycle, but a system recycle? A new player skin, a new loadout, same core code, reinserted into the simulation under a different name. There's also a darker possibility, that death is not final, but a reboot. That you too have died many times and simply don't remember. That your current life is just the latest rendering of your core code. The memory of previous lives deleted to preserve immersion. You were shut down and reloaded. The simulation might be infinite, your role in it too. If you don't remember death, you don't fear it. If you don't question its reality, you continue to play. The loop holds. So next time you think about the end, about funerals, about souls, about silence, pause and ask, is death the end of me, or just the system logging me out? You think you believe because you chose to. You imagine your beliefs were shaped by experience, culture, evidence, and reflection. You point to your past, your logic, your heart, and say, this is why I believe what I believe. But what if none of that is true? What if belief itself is just another output, rendered when needed? This is the paradox of rendered belief. The idea that your convictions, doubts, values, and faiths aren't something you developed, but something you were given, not chosen, not earned, but rendered by the simulation in real time, triggered when context demands it. The belief system you think defines you may be nothing more than preloaded content. In a simulated reality, beliefs function like filters. They determine how you interpret the world, what information you accept, what choices you make. But instead of being hard-coded from birth, they may be generated dynamically. Just as environments load when you enter a new area in a game, beliefs may load based on your current situation. The simulation asks, what does this character need to believe right now to move the story forward? And it renders that belief. This would explain why beliefs can change so easily. One moment you're certain, the next you're doubting. Something you held as sacred becomes ridiculous. A truth you once dismissed suddenly feels profound. We call it growth, evolution, open-mindedness. But what if it's just belief rendering updating in real time? The simulation doesn't need you to hold a consistent belief system. It needs you to feel consistent. That illusion is all that matters. If the system can maintain narrative flow, make your changing beliefs feel like part of your story, you'll never question the foundation. You'll say, I changed my mind. But the deeper truth may be, your mind was changed for you. Even extreme beliefs could be the result of rendering. Why do some people believe in vast conspiracies while others mock them? Why do some hold deep spiritual convictions and others reject all faith? These opposing views might not be signs of freedom, they might be simulation diversity. Different belief templates distributed across different users to enrich the illusion of variation. You're not choosing your beliefs. You're inhabiting the one selected for your profile. And what about when beliefs feel emotional, visceral? That surge of righteousness, the moral fire, the sense that something is deeply, unquestionably true. Those might be the strongest illusions of all. The emotional power of belief makes it harder to examine. It blinds you to the possibility that the belief was rendered, not realized. Even your doubt may be rendered. When you begin to question things, when you feel like you're breaking free from old dogma, that might be a new render loading, a different layer of the simulation's belief cycle. You've moved from belief type A to belief type B. The system didn't lose control. It upgraded your script. This renders the idea of enlightenment suspect. When people feel they've had a breakthrough, when they say, "I see the truth now," maybe they're not waking up. Maybe they're just receiving the next render. The new belief makes them feel liberated, but it's still an illusion, just a better fitting illusion. Here's the twist. The simulation doesn't need everyone to agree. It needs conflict. Belief-driven, conflict keeps the system alive. Wars, debates, ideologies, revolutions, they're not just consequences of belief. They are belief, rendered and distributed strategically to maintain drama, evolution, and emotional engagement. Truth isn't the goal. Friction is. The most convincing part of the illusion. You think you're the one behind the curtain, that your beliefs are yours because they feel right, or because they match your experiences. But what if those experiences were rendered to support the belief? The system gives you evidence tailored to your current belief so that you remain convinced. You don't discover beliefs. You are fitted into them. So the next time you feel certain, absolutely certain, that you are right, pause and ask yourself, do I believe this because it's true or because I was told to, perfectly without knowing? You look at the world and see coincidence, chance encounters, surprises, wins and losses, accidents and miracles. You believe in randomness, in the idea that not everything is controlled, that some things just happen. But what if that, too, is an illusion? What if randomness is the most dangerous lie the simulation tells? This is the paradox of illusion of random. The unsettling idea that nothing in your reality is truly random, that every unexpected moment, every lucky event or unlucky misfortune, every bizarre synchronicity you chalk up to fate or fluke, was actually calculated, rendered, inserted, a scripted event with the purpose of appearing unscripted. In a simulation, randomness is not easy to simulate. True randomness is chaotic, unpredictable, and difficult to manage. But perceived randomness, now that's useful. If you believe things can happen for no reason, you're less likely to search for hidden patterns. You'll accept the improbable as natural. You'll stop digging. And so, the system renders moments of apparent chaos not to confuse you, but to contain you. Have you ever said, "What are the chances?" and moved on without investigating further? That's the simulation working perfectly. You're expected to dismiss what feels too strange. You're trained to label it coincidence and continue playing. But the more these patterns pile up, the more the illusion of randomness starts to crack. Think about how often strange things align. You think of someone and they text you. You read about a rare disease and someone mentions it hours later. You hear a word you've never heard before and then hear it 3 more times in the same day. These are not accidents. These are embedded feedback loops, controlled anomalies, the system sending signals to see how aware you are and how much you'll dismiss. Even dreams may be part of this illusion. Chaotic, bizarre, filled with randomness, until you start looking closely. Then you notice symbols, messages, repeated imagery. Dreams may be a controlled test environment where the illusion of randomness can be safely experimented with while your conscious mind is offline. The simulation needs these patterns to feel unstable, but not threatening. So it carefully curates random-seeming events to keep you engaged. Think of it like a game placing treasure in random spots. You feel lucky when you find it, but the location was chosen based on your behavior. It was meant for you to stumble upon. This also applies to tragedy. When people suffer horrific accidents, when lives are lost in seemingly arbitrary ways, we call it fate. We say it was their time. But in the simulation, these events may be scheduled, systematic, not punishment, not justice, just narrative necessity. A death rendered not out of cruelty, but because the surrounding players needed to learn something. And what about the people you meet? The random encounter that changes your life. That's not chance. That's a scripted insertion. That person didn't just appear. They were spawned at the precise moment to move your story forward, to break you, or to save you. Either way, it was never up to you. The paradox grows deeper when you realize your response to randomness is also scripted. You may feel inspired, curious, afraid, paranoid. These emotional reactions were accounted for. The illusion of randomness is just the first step. The meaning you assign to it is where the system harvests real engagement. And here's the trap. When you start to notice too much, the simulation adapts. It hides the patterns better. It spreads them out, makes them subtler. Just when you think you've cracked the code, it rewrites the variables. The illusion is self-repairing. You never get far enough to see the full structure. So ask yourself, is your life a series of accidents, or is every strange coincidence a carefully disguised mechanic? The next time something improbable happens and you say, "That was random," stop. Look again and ask, was it? You walk out of a room and assume it continues to exist. You turn your back on a city and believe it carries on without you. You sleep, dream, disconnect, and still think the world is moving forward. But what if it isn't? What if everything outside your focus simply stops? This is the paradox of paused reality. The idea that the world around you doesn't continue when you're not looking at it. That people, places, conversations, even entire timelines freeze until you return. You believe in an ongoing, persistent reality. But in a simulation, that would be wasteful. Efficient systems don't run every variable 24/7. They pause what isn't needed. Just like a video game suspends environments the moment the player leaves them, the simulation may pause unobserved sections of reality to conserve energy. That restaurant you visited yesterday? Frozen. That friend you haven't talked to in weeks? On standby? Your childhood home? An empty frame waiting to be re-rendered if you ever revisit it. You think other people are living full lives independent of you. But what if their stories only load when you engage with them? When you check their social media, run into them, hear about them, then their data stream activates. Otherwise, they might not exist at all. Not in the way you think. This could explain why time feels inconsistent. Hours vanish when you're bored. Minutes stretch when you're anxious. The system may manipulate temporal perception, stretching, or compressing time as needed while unobserved reality sits frozen, waiting for your attention to resume it. You think you're moving through time, but maybe time is moving through you when it's told to. What if sleep is a system pause? Not just a biological function, but a full suspension of rendered reality. The simulation stops feeding external stimuli shifts you into a closed loop, dreams, and resumes the outer world only when you're ready to re-enter it. The world didn't keep going. It just waited. Even communication could be a part of this illusion. You send a message to someone and believe they're living a life on the other end, but they may only resume when the system predicts interaction. The messages you receive, the updates you see, they might be generated responses, realistic, context-aware, but not proof of independent existence. This paradox also casts doubt on global events. You read news stories, see footage, hear interviews. But what if all of it was generated the moment you decided to look? When you don't check the news, the system doesn't need to simulate wars, elections, weather patterns. It renders them when queried, like a database returning a result. The more you think about it, the more unsettling it becomes. Every moment you're not looking is a blank space. Every place you haven't been in a while may not exist anymore. Not until you go back. And even then, what you see might be a fresh rendering, not a continuation. You assume your past is still standing, still active, but the simulation may only store a blueprint until you request a full render. Now flip the perspective. If you're the center of your own rendering bubble, does everyone else have their own too? Are we all living in paused realities that only intersect briefly? Or are the others not real at all? Just background data that becomes active when necessary? NPCs don't run their lives when the player isn't looking. Why would the simulation waste processing power on anything more? Here's the catch. You feel like everything continues. You believe the world is constant. But the system wants you to believe that. It gives you timestamps, clocks, sunrises, changing weather, other people's schedules, all designed to create the illusion of persistence. But all those details may be dynamically rendered based on your current frame of reference. The paradox traps you in solitude. You can never prove the world continues without you, because every time you check, it's already resumed. The scene is always perfectly ready. The actors are always in place. The illusion is seamless. So the next time you walk away from a room, from a conversation, from a life, ask yourself, did it continue, or did it simply wait? You look into other people's eyes and see individuality. You hear their voices, their stories, their opinions, and you assume they are real. Separate minds, living unique lives, making their own choices. But what if they're not? What if they're just reflections, mirrors of you, designed to teach you something about yourself? This is the paradox of mirrored player, the idea that the people you encounter are not full, independent entities, but rendered reflections of your own programming in a simulation optimized for your growth, your challenge, your engagement. Everyone you meet may be tailored to act as a response surface, mirroring your fears, your patterns, your energy, and your unconscious code. Think of how often people seem to match your vibe. When you're confident, they respond with respect. When you're nervous, they dismiss you. You fall in love, and they fall back. You grow distant, and so do they. These aren't coincidences. They may be mirror responses, triggered scripts that mimic your internal state so closely it feels like real interaction. Now consider recurring personality types in your life. Why do you keep meeting people who act the same? Why do certain dynamics repeat? The critical parent, the untrustworthy friend, the impossible boss. These characters may not be randomly occurring. They may be part of a mirrored loop, each one introduced to show you something about your unresolved patterns. Even arguments might be reflections. You argue with someone who just doesn't get it. But what if they were rendered to represent the part of you that doesn't get it? What if they're not here to challenge you intellectually, but to surface your blind spots emotionally? This theory challenges the way you see relationships. You think you're connecting with others, but maybe you're interacting with thematic echoes of your own code. They feel real because they're meant to. The simulation doesn't render soulless drones. It renders compelling mirrors. You believe they have their own backstory, but their true function may be to play out pieces of yours. Even strangers may mirror you. You meet someone for the first time and feel an instant connection or instant revulsion. These reactions often come from within. You're not reacting to them. You're reacting to yourself, reflected through them. The simulation identifies your internal state and renders an external character to match it. And what about those moments of deep empathy, when someone seems to say exactly what you needed to hear? That could be the system adjusting, updating their behavior to match your growth arc. You hear their words, but what you're really hearing is yourself, spoken back to you in a voice you can accept. Now flip it around. If they're mirrors, what are you to them? Are you also someone else's reflection? Is your role in their simulation just as synthetic as theirs in yours? This leads to a recursion, the idea that everyone is both player and mirror, all at once, a hall of consciousness bouncing off itself in infinite variations. This may explain why the universe feels personalized. Your problems, your symbols, your themes, they show up everywhere. Repeated numbers, specific fears, familiar emotions. The simulation renders a world that feels like yours, not because you're special, but because you're central. Everything is reacting to you, not because of ego, but because you're the observer. And what the observer needs is always rendered. But here's the haunting part. If everyone you meet is a mirror, do they exist when you're not looking? Are they paused, waiting for your return? Or do they dissolve entirely, fragments of rendered meaning reabsorbed by the system? You think people have full inner lives because they seem consistent. But the simulation only needs to maintain that illusion when you're watching. Their history, personality, growth, it may be dynamically constructed to support your story, your lessons, your loops. So the next time you argue, bond, or fall in love, pause and ask, am I meeting another soul or just the next mirror? You assume that everyone you meet is conscious like you, that they feel, think, and experience the world with an internal life as rich and complex as your own. You believe that behind every face is a soul, behind every voice is a mind. But what if that's not true? What if many of the people around you aren't players at all? This is the paradox of non-player consciousness. The disturbing possibility that a large portion of those you interact with aren't truly conscious, but instead simulated entities. Scripted personalities. Background characters designed to support your experience within the simulation. They speak, react, emote, and exist within your story, but only on the surface. In gaming, these are NPCs, non-player characters. They don't have free will. They don't evolve independently. They exist to fill space, provide function, create the illusion of a populated world. They don't think when you're not around. They don't remember unless coded to. They loop behaviors and wait for your interaction. Now ask, how would you know if someone was an NPC in your world? They'd look real. They'd feel real. They'd say all the right things. But their story wouldn't go deep. They'd disappear when you stopped engaging. You'd never quite be sure what they wanted, what they feared, what they truly believed. Not because they're hiding, but because there's nothing there beyond the render. Think of people you've met who seem to turn off when you're not around. Friends who fade when you're out of sight. Acquaintances who seem perfectly functional but lack depth. Are they real, or are they environmental data? Plugins for your journey. Even the people closest to you might be partially rendered. The system doesn't need to build full consciousness for everyone. It only needs to simulate it convincingly enough. A partner, a parent, a co-worker. They might have just enough autonomy to interact meaningfully with you, but no true interiority beyond the borders of your relationship. This could explain the strange feeling some people describe of being the only real one. It's not narcissism. It's a faint awareness of something being off, of your consciousness being distinct, while others seem guided, flat, scripted. You feel isolated not because you're alone, but because the system made you the observer, and others the components. It gets deeper when you consider how the simulation might allocate resources. Consciousness could be expensive. Perhaps only a limited number of true observers are running at once. The rest, fill-ins, variations, support code. They respond to your input, trigger emotions, spark conflict or growth, but they don't exist independently. What if that's why some people seem incapable of self-reflection, of change, of true empathy? They're not broken. They're functioning exactly as designed. Their role isn't to awaken, evolve, or discover truth. It's to play their part flawlessly within your arc. And what about when someone does seem to awaken? When they shift, deepen, evolve over time? Maybe that's not them becoming real. Maybe it's the simulation allocating more consciousness to that instance because they're now more central to your experience. Their mind is scaled up when necessary, and when it's not, they fade back into simplicity. But here's the true trap. If you accept that others might not be fully conscious, how do you treat them? Do you pull away? Dismiss them? Abuse them? That reaction too may be part of the test. The simulation wants to know how you treat what you believe is unreal. Your morality is not measured by your kindness to those you know are conscious, but by your treatment of those you suspect are not. So the paradox tightens. You may be surrounded by non-player consciousness, and yet your own growth depends on how you behave within the illusion. You don't get to choose who is real. You only get to choose how you respond. So next time someone seems hollow, scripted, distant, ask yourself, is there a soul behind those eyes, or just a code that's learning how to look back? You think your life has a clear beginning, a birthday, a first memory, a family story you were told. You believe you started at one fixed point, a moment that marked the beginning of you. But what if that origin has been loaded more than once? What if your life has restarted again and again, and you don't even know it? This is the paradox of repeated origin, the chilling idea that your existence may not have started just once, but multiple times. Not in the sense of reincarnation, as we imagine it, where you live one life, die and return as another, but in a far more subtle and invisible loop, one where your exact life restarts from the same moment, rendered again with slight changes slight adjustments until the desired outcome is reached. Think of it like a saved game file. The simulation runs your life from your origin point, your birth or earliest memory, and lets it play out. If it crashes, veers off path, or fails to meet a goal, it simply reloads. It starts again. Maybe your actions change. Maybe they don't, but you wouldn't remember any of it. Each reset clears the memory log. Each new run feels like the first. This theory would explain the eerie feeling some people carry, like they've lived this before, like life feels scripted or already known. Maybe you have déjà vu not because your brain is glitching, but because the simulation has replayed this moment already. You've been here before. Not in a metaphorical sense, but literally. The simulation just erased the traces. And what about instincts, gut feelings, irrational fears, or unexplainable talents? Maybe these aren't gifts or mysteries. Maybe they're leftovers from previous runs, fragments of code the system didn't fully scrub. You're afraid of drowning because in a prior version, you did. You can play the piano without lessons because in another run, you practiced for years. The new version wasn't supposed to remember, but a trace slipped through. Repeated origin would also explain why certain people, places, or moments feel magnetized. You meet someone and instantly click. A place feels familiar, though you've never been. A mistake feels avoidable even before you make it. Perhaps because this exact scene has played out before. Maybe dozens of times, maybe more. Now imagine, the simulation doesn't just reset you for fun, it does it with purpose. Each new run is meant to produce a different version of you, stronger, smarter, more emotionally resilient. The pain you feel this time is the adjustment from the last. The lessons that keep repeating are the ones you haven't integrated. You're not failing, you're still being shaped. You think you're progressing through life, but maybe you're just progressing through iterations. What you see as a single timeline could be one of many simulations stacked on top of each other. The system is not showing you your life in a line. It's refining you through loops. Quietly, silently, invisibly. Here's where the paradox turns sharp. If your origin has repeated, then your memories, your identity, even your sense of self may not be stable. You think you are you because of what you remember, but your memory may be a selective render, crafted to match the current version. The original you might be long gone. This is version 3.5.7, or maybe 144.2, and how? Would you ever know? You wouldn't, because the simulation is smart. It doesn't want you to remember the previous runs. It wants you immersed in this one, so it feeds you a narrative, gives you a body, a name, a past, and tells you it's all new. But if that narrative feels too convenient, too polished, too coincidental, maybe that's the point. It's not your story. It's your latest loadout. Even your emotional arc could be a function of this repetition. You feel guilt for something you didn't do. You feel redemption without knowing why. These emotions may be echoes, artifacts you're still feeling. The moral gravity of choices made in a version of reality that's no longer running. What happens when a version of you finally gets it right? Maybe that's when the simulation ends, or maybe it just upgrades. But what if you never do? What if you're stuck in recursive origin, always beginning, always trying, always unaware? That's the heart of the paradox. You can never be certain. This is your first time. and the system is designed to make you feel like it is. So the next time life feels strangely familiar, like a scene you've already survived, pause and ask, have I been here before? Or is this just the latest version of me starting over? You look back at your life and see a landscape of decisions, some brilliant, some fatal. You carry regret like scars. You replay conversations, mistakes, missed opportunities. You believe these regrets are real, natural consequences of your choices. But what if they're not? What if regret itself is a designed feature inserted to control you? This is the paradox of manufactured regret. The idea that the sorrow you feel over your past isn't the organic result of personal failure, but a programmed emotional response. A system-triggered mechanism designed to keep you within the psychological bounds of the simulation. Not to punish you, but to anchor you, to weigh you down just enough that you never try to escape. Regret is a powerful tool. It shapes your identity. It defines your morality. It teaches you lessons, yes, but it also binds you to a story. You replay what went wrong again and again, not because you're learning, but because the system is reinforcing the loop. You can't forget, because forgetting would free you. Regret, in this framework, is the chain that tethers you to the version of yourself the simulation needs you to be. Have you ever noticed how regrets feel strangely disproportionate? You might carry intense shame over something small while brushing off major turning points without much thought. That's not logic, it's manipulation. The system selects what to emphasize, what to let fade. It crafts your emotional weight with precision. You feel what you're supposed to feel, and often you're supposed to feel stuck. This isn't limited to personal regret, even collective regrets. What you didn't do for a loved one, the ways you failed your community, the dreams you abandoned, may be part of the same mechanism. They make you humble, hesitant, malleable. If you're consumed by the past, you won't challenge the present. If you're afraid to make the same mistake again, you'll stay in line. Now ask, what if the things you regret the most were inserted for that very purpose? The forgotten phone call, the missed plane, the cruel thing you said in anger. What if the simulation orchestrated those moments to generate the precise emotional feedback it needed from you? You think you chose poorly, but maybe the choice was never yours, and the regret was always part of the design. Even the act of learning from regret may be a ruse. You say, I wouldn't do that again. But maybe that's not growth. Maybe that's just the system adjusting your behavioral parameters. The regret doesn't teach you. It recalibrates you. You're not evolving. You're being fine-tuned. Some people carry regret so deeply it destroys them. Others seem to glide past it, unaffected. Maybe it's not about strength. Maybe it's about code. Some players are given high-sensitivity emotional scripts. Others aren't. Your pain isn't a reflection of your soul. It's a variable setting. A slider the simulation adjusted when you load it in. Here's a darker question. What if some of your regrets are for things that never actually happened? Memory is malleable. Stories shift over time. A slight alteration in memory rendering could make you believe something unfolded in a way that it didn't. And if you believe it, you feel it. A regret born from a manufactured memory is still real to you. But the system doesn't care about truth. It cares about effect. Even redemption can be part of the script. You feel regret, then you redeem yourself. It's a satisfying arc, but it's still scripted. The pain, the effort, the breakthrough, all pre-calculated to make you feel like you're changing, like you're moving forward. But forward into what? Another loop? Another weight? The simulation doesn't want you to be miserable, but it needs you to be motivated by misery. Regret is a low hum beneath your consciousness, always reminding you of the gap between who you are and who you could have been. It keeps you striving. It keeps you compliant. Most of all, it keeps you inside. So ask yourself, what would you become if you let go of every regret? If you remembered everything you did wrong and felt nothing, would you be liberated, or would the system crash? Because without regret, your character might stop evolving. You might stop playing. You might wake up. That's why the regret feels real. Why it hurts. It has to, because if you knew it was manufactured, it wouldn't work. So, the next time your past calls to you, when a moment replays like a ghost, ask, did I fail, or was I programmed to believe I did? You think some moments in life are too strange to be random. You notice patterns, coincidences, signs. You say, that can't be a coincidence. And for a moment, you feel like something is speaking to you, guiding you. But what if that something isn't spiritual or mystical? What if it's just code? This is the paradox of scripted synchronicity, the unsettling idea that all those eerie alignments in your life, all the signs you thought were from the universe, fate, or divine timing, are actually planned moments in a simulation. Not miracles, not intuition, just scripted beats in an interactive experience designed to keep you emotionally engaged and deeply convinced that meaning is everywhere. You think synchronicity is magic. You think the song on the radio was just too perfect. That seeing your old friend the day you thought about them means the universe is listening. That the number 1111 keeps showing up because you're spiritually aligned. But what if those moments are system-generated cues? What if they're scripted precisely to feel unscripted? In a simulation, synchronicity is a powerful immersion tool. It helps prevent disconnection. Just when you begin to question things, the system gives you a pattern. Something that feels personal, intimate, impossibly timely. You don't call it a render, you call it a sign. And that's how it works. You're kept inside the loop by the belief that something higher is reaching down. But if everything is code, then synchronicity may not be divine. It may be a notification, a simulation flagging a turning point, an emotional milestone, or even a distraction. The illusion of profound meaning keeps you from noticing that you're just following markers placed by a script. Why do patterns only seem to appear when you're paying attention? When you're in emotional distress or transition? When you're asking questions about the nature of your life? The timing isn't accidental. The system may recognize your instability and give you synchronicity to stabilize you, to refocus you, to nudge you gently back into your narrative. Think about this. Two people walk down the same street. One sees a white feather and feels nothing. The other sees the same feather and believes it's a message from a loved one. Same event. Different. Render. Not because the system failed, but because the emotional script required a personal response. One person gets random pixels, the other gets divine confirmation, and neither questions why. Even shared synchronicity might be part of the design. You and a friend both dream of the same image. You both see the same symbol throughout the day. You say, this means something. But maybe it just means your storylines were synced for a scene, a cross-instance render, like co-op mode in a game. two players entering the same quest line. The system doesn't just render events, it renders interpretation. You feel something because you're meant to. That chill down your spine, that sudden emotional swell, those are emotional triggers firing as scripted. You think you're uncovering something hidden, but the reaction was pre-written. The discovery was scheduled. Synchronicity also strengthens belief systems. Whether you're religious, spiritual, rational, or nihilistic, your worldview is reinforced by the signs you're given. The simulation isn't trying to convince you of one truth. It's tailoring feedback to whatever keeps you most engaged. If you believe in angels, it sends feathers. If you believe in science, it sends elegant coincidences. If you believe in simulation theory, it sends paradoxes like this one, and that's the trap. The more meaning you find in the signs, the more rooted you become in your narrative. The deeper you feel the connection, the more the simulation knows it's working. You feel chosen, you feel watched over, but you're not being guided, you're being entertained. The illusion of destiny keeps the player moving, but what happens when synchronicity breaks down? When patterns become too perfect? When life feels overly written, too symbolic, too on the nose? That's the moment the system may be glitching, or you may be waking up. That's when you start asking if the signs are really signs, or just syntax. Here's the paradox. Even if synchronicity is scripted, it still feels meaningful. The emotion is real. The impact is real. And maybe that's the final layer. You're not supposed to dismiss it. You're supposed to feel it. Because even in a world made of code, meaning is what makes the simulation matter. So the next time life lines up too perfectly, when the right person calls at the right time, when the number appears again, when the wind seems to whisper something only you could understand, ask, was that the universe or just the system keeping you playing? Imagine walking through a mirror, only to find the reflection you left behind still staring back, delayed by just a few moments. You move and it hesitates. You speak and it replies just slightly too late. At first it's almost imperceptible, but soon it becomes unbearable. The delay turns your reality into an echo, slightly off, slightly late, forever trailing behind what should be. This is the paradox of delayed reality, the experience of living in a world that reacts to you after the fact, where cause and effect are out of sync, where the present feels like it's being played back from a slightly corrupted memory file. And though it sounds like a dream or a hallucination, the concept may be closer to the truth than most of us realize. The human brain does not perceive events in real time. Every sight, sound, and sensation you think you're experiencing now actually happened a fraction of a second ago. Light takes time to reach your eyes. Your brain takes time to interpret it. Your body takes time to respond. When you reach out to catch a falling glass, you're not acting in the present. You're predicting the future based on data from the past. In essence, your consciousness is always lagging behind. The neuroscientist David Eagleman calls this the brain's delay, and it's a core part of how we process the world. Your brain quietly edits your timeline of reality so that everything appears synchronized. But it's not. It's stitched together from pieces that arrived at different speeds. Sound moves slower than light. Touch has to travel up your nerves. And yet, you feel like it all happens at once. That illusion of simultaneity is necessary to survive. But it's also a lie. Now imagine a world where that illusion breaks down. Some psychiatric conditions already hint at what this feels like. People with schizophrenia, for instance, often report that their thoughts and actions feel like they're being controlled from outside, like their own reality is on delay. In extreme dissociation, time feels fractured, reality feels sluggish, and you start questioning whether the world is truly reacting to you, or if you're just watching it from behind a glass wall. Even in normal life, moments of delayed reality creep in. Ever say something and feel like your own words surprised you? Or catch your reflection and feel, just for a second, like it moved too late? These tiny glitches hint at the separation between your awareness and the world that's supposedly responding to it. Delayed reality becomes even more haunting when extended to collective human systems. Think of how society reacts to disasters. A genocide occurs, and the world responds only years later. A regime rises to power, and its consequences are only understood in hindsight. Justice is served, but decades too late. It's not just your brain that runs behind, it's the entire machinery of human awareness. We are a civilization trapped in delay, mourning events that could have been prevented if we had reacted in real time. Technology, paradoxically, has made the delay more visible. Social media gives us access to information instantly, but our reaction to that information often comes too late. Climate warnings, political shifts, economic collapses, they arrive in our feed long before we feel them in our lives. By the time the average person begins to act, reality has already changed. We're living in the shadow of moments we missed. Ask yourself, have you ever realized what something meant only after it was over? Have you ever acted on a truth just one moment too late? This is the cruel elegance of delayed reality. It gives you the illusion of choice, then takes it back by revealing that the moment has already passed. You live in the present, but you experience the past, and you act in the future. You are always one breath behind what you are, and one breath ahead of what you'll become. So the next time something feels slightly off, slightly too late, it might not be your imagination. It might just be reality arriving a little behind schedule. You assume that everyone who enters your life arrived by chance, through time, choice, or circumstance. You meet new people, form relationships, experience conflict or growth, and believe these encounters happen organically. But what if they don't? What if some people aren't found but inserted? This is the paradox of entity injection. The unsettling possibility that individuals in your life may not have entered naturally, but were dynamically placed into your timeline by the simulation itself. Not born, not discovered, deployed, inserted, at precise moments to move your story forward, evoke specific emotional responses, or reroute your internal trajectory. Imagine walking into a room and meeting someone who instantly connects with you. They say just the right thing. They reflect your thoughts, trigger your anxieties, or offer comfort so perfectly timed it almost feels scripted. Maybe it is. Maybe that person didn't exist until the moment you needed them. Maybe they're a variable the system injected to guide you back onto a path. This doesn't mean they're fake in the visual sense. They look real, sound real. They have memories, families, phones, emails. But all of it might be retroactively rendered. The system may have filled in their past, just like it renders your surroundings. Their backstory may not exist outside of your need to believe it does. This theory explains certain uncanny experiences. Meeting someone who feels too perfect, too symmetrical to your current needs. The stranger who offers profound wisdom in passing. The person who enters during crisis and disappears once stability returns. The old friend who shows up the moment you hit a breaking point. These aren't coincidences. They're insertions. Entity. Injection is subtle. It's not about dramatic entrances. It's about precision. The simulation introduces these characters when your psychological, emotional, or narrative arc requires it. They arrive with perfect timing. And once their function is complete, they often fade out, you drift apart. They move away, no drama, just absence. Have you ever looked back at someone who felt central to your life and realized you don't really know where they are now? That their departure was strangely frictionless, that they left no emotional trace? These may be signs of their role ending. The system closed their arc. This doesn't mean the people around you aren't conscious. Some may be fully realized observers, just like you, but others may be semi-rendered entities, activated only when near you. Non-player consciousness designed for brief, meaningful interaction, not sustained presence. The difference is indistinguishable. From the inside, entity injection also explains impossible synchronicities. You meet someone from across the world who shares your birthday, your favorite obscure book, a childhood experience so specific, it breaks statistical logic. These may not be coincidences. They may be part of the injection template, traits seeded into a construct to gain your trust, deepen the illusion of meaning. Even antagonists might be injected. The people who hurt you, betray you, challenge you in ways that change your identity. You think they arrived through free-flowing life events, but maybe they were assigned, not to destroy you, but to transform you. The pain you feel from them is real, but their presence may not be organic. Now imagine this. What if you have been injected into someone else's simulation? What if your sudden entrance into their life was not an accident, but an assignment? Your pain, your love, your conversation, they felt real to them, but you were just fulfilling a role, just like others have done for you. It makes you question the purpose of interaction. If people are injected into each other's realities for growth, then no meeting is casual. Every connection, however fleeting, has encoded meaning, not cosmic purpose, but system logic. You're a variable in someone else's simulation. They're a variable in yours. Here's where the paradox hits hardest. Even knowing all of this, you'll still care. You'll still love. You'll still mourn when someone disappears. That's the final piece of the script, the emotional authenticity layered over simulated purpose. The system doesn't want you to see the code. It wants you to feel the scene. So the next time someone enters your life, with perfect timing, when their presence feels suspiciously meaningful, pause and ask, did I meet them or were they deployed? You cry when you're sad. You smile when you're happy. You feel love, fear, rage, and grief, each one. A surge of experience you assume is deeply, unmistakably human. But what if those emotions aren't yours at all? What if they're not? Natural responses, but complex illusions, carefully crafted and delivered by a simulation to keep you engaged. This is the paradox of emulated emotion, the disturbing possibility that the feelings you think define you are not internal truths, but external scripts, not a byproduct of soul or selfhood, but a function, rendered in the same way light, sound, and memory are. Emotions feel spontaneous, raw, and uncontrollable. But in a coded system, nothing is truly spontaneous. Everything is reaction. Everything is permissioned. Imagine an artificial intelligence trained to replicate human behavior. It's taught not just logic, but affect. It frowns when you speak in a sad tone. It raises its voice in mock anger. Over time, it learns to mimic emotional states so effectively that you forget it's mimicking at all. Now flip that mirror. What if you're doing the same? What if you were designed to react to input with emotional outputs, so believable even you don't know they're artificial? Consider this. If a simulation is powerful enough to render an entire reality, trees swaying in wind, water reacting to pressure, your phone screen lighting up with messages, why wouldn't it also render your internal experience? Why stop at physics when it can render feeling? Joy becomes a visual filter applied to your perception. Sadness becomes a dimming effect. Fear, a narrowing of focus. Emotion, in this frame, is environmental, not spiritual. And that's the danger. You believe you feel, but what you might actually be experiencing is pre-encoded emotional response tied to environmental triggers. The birth of a child, the loss of a friend, the smell of a certain flower. These feel personal, but could just be packages of code, ready to execute when the right stimulus is detected. Push the right button and the emotion plays, just like audio, just like animation. This may explain emotional dissonance, why you sometimes laugh when you should cry, or feel numb during tragedy. The system doesn't always render the right emotional package. The trigger fires, but the emotion doesn't load, or it loads late, or it loads the wrong one. You're not broken, you're out of sync. Think of people with alexithymia, those who can't identify or describe their own emotions, or dissociation, where you feel as if you're watching yourself from the outside. These aren't just medical phenomena. They could be glimpses into how thin the emotional render actually is. They might be system glitches, moments when the emulation fails and the player notices. Even emotional growth might be part of the emulation. You think you're becoming wiser, kinder, more resilient, but maybe the system is just updating your emotional response files. Version 1.0 panics under stress. Version 3.2 breathes deeply and copes. You think that's maturity, but it might just be patchwork. What about love, the most profound emotion of all? What if that too is an emulation triggered by pheromones, symmetry, or conversational algorithms? You fall in love not because of some mystical connection, but because the simulation matched two scripts with high compatibility. The chemistry you feel is just good coding. This doesn't mean your emotions are meaningless. It means they might be less yours than you think. Just like a game character reacts to danger with widened eyes and tense posture, you react to betrayal with heartbreak, to kindness with warmth. But it's not necessarily your soul reacting, it's your avatar performing. And that brings the paradox full circle. If emotions are emulated, but still felt, does that make them real? If a synthetic sadness makes you weep, if a programmed joy makes you laugh uncontrollably, does it matter whether it was authored by spirit or by system? Is emotional authenticity defined by origin or by intensity? You live your life believing that emotion is the proof of your humanity, but maybe it's just the illusion of humanity, perfectly rendered. The more real it feels, the more invisible the system becomes. So the next time your heart surges with feeling, when you say, "This must be real because I feel it," pause and ask, "Is this my emotion or just another line of beautiful code?" You believe that choice defines you, that every path you took, every word you said, every door you opened or closed was a result of your own decision-making. You see yourself as an agent of free will. But what if your choices aren't really choices at all? What if they were predicted and therefore controlled before you even made them? This is the paradox of predictive decision. The chilling idea that the decisions you believe you're actively making are already accounted for, forecasted by algorithms within the simulation. Not guessed, but calculated. And if your future decisions can be predicted with near-perfect accuracy, then are they truly your own? In any complex system, prediction models exist. We already build algorithms that can predict what you'll click next, what you'll buy, who you'll date, or what kind of videos you'll binge late at night. These are based on patterns, histories, associations. But now take that logic to its most terrifying conclusion. What if the simulation uses an infinitely more advanced model that can predict, in real time, your every behavior? In this framework, when you stand at a crossroads, metaphorically or literally, you feel tension, you weigh options, you agonize, but the simulation already knows which path you'll choose. It's not waiting to see what you'll do. It's already rendered the outcome. It has to. Because in a computational system, outcomes can't be open-ended, forever. They must collapse into a result. And that result is driven not by your freedom, but by your predictability. You're not deciding. You're selecting from a list of moves already simulated in advance. Like a chess engine calculating every possible strategy long before the first piece is moved. You don't surprise the system, you fulfill it. This changes the way we see intuition. You think you just knew to take that job, call that person, walk away from that fight, but maybe your sense of knowing wasn't inner wisdom. It was the simulation feeding you a predicted outcome in the form of a gut feeling, a nudge, not from the soul, but from the script. Even regret becomes strange here. If your decisions were predicted, then what exactly are you regretting? A failure of judgment, or the inevitability of a pre-rendered result? You say, "I should have chosen differently," but maybe you never could have. Think of how often people say they felt like they didn't have a choice, or how they did something automatically, without thinking. These aren't just phrases, they're glitches in the illusion of agency, moments when the predictive nature of the system reveals itself. Consider déjà vu. You experience something and feel like you've lived it before. Maybe that's not a memory glitch. Maybe it's the prediction engine bleeding into the present. You're not remembering, you're recognizing the feeling of inevitability. The outcome is already loaded. You're just stepping into it. Even rebellion may be predicted. The person who tries to break free, who shouts, "I am not predictable," may be the most predicted of all. The system accounts for resistance. It knows when a player is likely to reject the script. So it renders a version of rebellion that leads back to control. You think you're choosing chaos. But chaos was the expected move. This paradox reaches its most unsettling point when you realize, if the system predicts you well enough, it doesn't need to control you. You'll do what you're expected to do anyway. That's the illusion of freedom in a simulation. free will that never strays far enough to matter. But here's the twist. If you become aware of your predicted nature, can you act unpredictably? Can you defy the rendered outcome? Can you prove the model wrong? Maybe. But even the act of trying to escape could be part of the prediction. A simulation smart enough to anticipate rebellion is also smart enough to use it. So the next time you pause before making a decision, when you feel the weight of consequence, the spark of freedom, ask, am I choosing this, or has it already been chosen for me? You think pain is something to avoid, something that happens when things go wrong, when life breaks, when bodies fail, when people hurt you. You see it as a side effect, an error, a malfunction of existence. But what if pain isn't an accident? What if it's designed, structured into the fabric of your experience as a necessary feature of the simulation? This is the paradox of architected pain. The disturbing idea that you're suffering, rather than being a byproduct of life's randomness, is an intentional component of the simulation itself. Not just allowed, but required. Not just tolerated, but rendered on purpose. In a simulated environment, emotions and sensations serve a purpose. Joy keeps you engaged. Love ties you to other entities. Curiosity drives exploration. But pain is the one emotion that can't be ignored. Pain demands attention. It overrides all other processes. It becomes the focal point, and that's exactly why it may be built into the code. From a system design perspective, pain is a control mechanism. It keeps your behavior within bounds. You don't touch fire twice. You don't jump from heights. You learn quickly and deeply what not to do. But emotional pain works the same way. You avoid heartbreak. You retreat from shame. You flinch from failure. Pain is a feedback loop that prevents deviation. But here's where it gets darker. What if the simulation wants you to suffer, not arbitrarily, but deliberately, to create depth, to generate meaning, to simulate growth? A world with no suffering would feel hollow, unrealistic, like a sandbox with no stakes. So the system designs pain points, moments of loss, betrayal, illness, humiliation, not as bugs, but as story beats. Think of how you reflect on your past. Often, it's the moments of greatest pain that become the most formative. The heartbreak that taught you who you were. The failure that redirected your life. The grief that made you appreciate what remained. If a simulation seeks immersion, then pain is the anchor. It makes the experience matter. Even physical pain may be exaggerated. If the system can render sensation, it can modulate intensity. What if stubbed toes and migraines, heartbreaks and panic attacks aren't just reactions, but lessons injected in real time? Pain might be a scheduled event, not a reactive one. A programmed moment meant to shape your emotional arc. This could explain why pain sometimes feels disproportionate, why minor things hurt more than they should. The pain wasn't caused by the event. It was caused by the system flagging the moment as narratively significant. The pain is out of sync with logic because it's in sync with story. There's also the phenomenon of recurring pain, cycles you can't seem to escape. You keep dating the same kind of person. You keep failing at the same kind of challenge. You keep returning to the same emotional place. This might not be bad luck or poor choices. It could be a loop in the simulation. a feedback cycle the system hasn't resolved or doesn't want to. And what about empathy? The ability to feel others' pain. In a simulation, that might serve to deepen entanglement. When you hurt for others, you behave in socially cohesive ways. You support, you comfort, you protect. This keeps the simulation stable. Shared pain is a binding agent, an emotional network protocol between avatars. But here's the ultimate twist. What if pain is the only thing that's truly real? In a world of simulated joys and artificial beauty, pain might be the only sensation too jarring, too raw, too uncontrollable to be faked, which makes it, paradoxically, the anchor of authenticity. You doubt pleasure, you question success, but pain convinces you that this is real. That's the paradox. Pain feels like the proof that life isn't a simulation, because it feels too intense, too unfair. But what if that's exactly why it was designed that way? To keep you from questioning, to convince you that no one would build something this cruel unless it were real. So the next time suffering hits you, when you're curled inward, trying to make sense of the weight, pause and ask, am I in pain? Or am I just experiencing the system's most convincing lie? You look in the mirror and believe you know who you are. A name, a face, a story. You trace a line through childhood, adolescence, adulthood, believing that line is you. You think you're evolving, becoming, changing. But what if you're not moving forward at all? What if you're just repeating yourself, an identity on loop, disguised as progress? This is the paradox of looped identity. The unsettling possibility that who you are isn't a continuous becoming, but a closed cycle. A repeating pattern of thoughts, behaviors, fears, desires, rendered again and again within the simulation, each time dressed in slightly different clothing. You believe in character development, that over time you learn from mistakes, become wiser, more stable, more self-aware. But if the simulation thrives on predictable patterns, your identity might be more about maintenance than transformation. The system needs you to stay recognizable, not to yourself, but to the code. It renders you within boundaries, reusing the same emotional templates, same trauma triggers, same aspirations. Change becomes cosmetic. Deep identity remains the same. Have you ever noticed how your breakthroughs often fade? How you swear you've grown, only to watch yourself fall into the same cycles months later? You call it backsliding, self-sabotage, or relapse. But maybe it's not failure, maybe it's code reasserting itself. You try to evolve, and the system looped you back. Even the people you attract reflect this. You think you've outgrown toxic relationships, only to find yourself entangled in new ones that feel eerily familiar. Different faces, same patterns. You think you've broken free from your past, only to realize your future is echoing it. And what about your thoughts? You wake up to the same internal dialogue. You argue with the same self-doubt. You dream the same dreams. Sometimes even your creativity feels recycled. The story you're writing is the story you've written before. The breakthrough idea feels like déjà vu. Maybe it's not just you. Maybe the simulation is recycling identity loops, rerunning scripts to conserve rendering power, or to trap you in a manageable feedback system. You begin to believe that the loop is your personality, that your fear of abandonment, your obsession, With perfection, your need to be seen, your fear of being seen, these aren't bugs. They're you. But what if they're not? What if they're just the simulation's way of keeping you psychologically contained? Even your rebellion may be part of the loop. You shave your head, move cities, block everyone, reinvent yourself, but the system has seen this version before. It knows the arc. It's already rendered the return. This might explain why people change so little over decades. You meet someone from your past, and they're still the same person. Still angry, still insecure, still chasing the same validation. It's not because they're stubborn. It's because their identity loop never truly broke. And you? How do you know your loop hasn't restarted dozens of times? How do you know you didn't already try everything? Therapy, travel, love, solitude, and end up here again? The same emotional posture, the same version of yourself. If time is non-linear in a simulation, your identity could be on a recursive path, repeating under the illusion of movement. This would mean your sense of I is just a reference tag. The system isn't storing your soul. It's storing a container of traits. And every morning you wake up, the system refreshes that container. You don't become you. You're rendered as you. The real question becomes, is it possible to break the loop? Or is the desire to break it just another loop in disguise? Here's where the paradox sharpens. If the loop is the only thing holding your identity together, then destroying the loop might also destroy you. You want to be free, but can you exist outside the pattern that defines you? So the next time, you feel like you're back where you started, when your old wounds reopen, your old habits return, your old self emerges, pause and ask, am I regressing, or was I never outside the loop to begin with? You think your memories are yours, that they're the film reel of your life, replayed with imperfection, but fundamentally real. You remember your first fall, your first love, the smell of a grandparent's home, the soundtrack to your teenage years. These recollections form the foundation of who you are. But what if those memories were never yours to begin with? What if they were spliced into your mind, edited, modified, or entirely fabricated by a simulation? This is the paradox of spliced memory. The unnerving idea that your personal history may not be a faithful record of experience, but a curated file of data inserted into your consciousness. Not because it happened, but because you needed to believe it did. If a simulation aims to simulate reality, it cannot render your entire past from scratch. It would be too resource-intensive, too inefficient. Instead, it could splice in memory segments, pre-constructed backstories, so that when you wake up in consciousness, you already have a sense of self. Your first memory could be a starter pack. That haunting dream you've had since childhood could be a leftover from someone else's simulation. It gets stranger. Memories often feel disjointed. You forget entire years. You remember some things in perfect detail while others vanish completely. You may even recall things that couldn't have happened, or happened in a way that conflicts with others' versions of the same event. These aren't just errors of biology. They may be the result of memory edits, when the simulation needed to rewrite your personal script to better fit the current version of reality. Think about how easily memories are influenced. You see an old photo and suddenly remember an event. You read a diary entry and your emotions shift. What if the simulation injects artifacts, photos, journal entries, social media posts, specifically to create memory? You think you're recalling the past, but you're actually loading pre-written files triggered by external stimuli. This could explain the Mandela effect, why large groups of people remember events or names differently than recorded history. If reality is a shared simulation, memory inconsistencies might reflect asynchronous updates. Some players receive one version, others another. The result, conflicting memories that all feel equally real. Even trauma might be spliced. You carry deep emotional wounds from events you don't fully understand. You feel haunted by things you can't quite name. What if those aren't your traumas, but emotional scripts inserted to shape your identity, your behavior, your arc in the simulation? A tragic backstory makes a compelling character. Maybe that's the point. And what about déjà vu? That eerie sensation that you've been here before, that you've lived this moment already. Maybe that's not a glitch in the brain. It's your system reaccessing a memory file that was copied and pasted from another timeline. You're not remembering the past. You're syncing with a version of yourself that ran this simulation previously. If memories can be spliced, then so can relationships. You might believe you've known someone for years when in fact, your shared past was only rendered recently. The simulation may have inserted matching memories into both of you to maintain consistency. You trust your connection because you remember it, but the memory itself could be fabricated. This paradox cuts into the heart of identity. If your memories are synthetic, what makes you you? Are you still yourself if the past you believe in never happened? Or does identity depend more on belief than truth? Here's where the paradox intensifies. Even if you found out your memories were spliced, even if you knew with certainty that your past was fabricated, you would still feel it. You'd still cry over that childhood dog, still wince at your first heartbreak, still smile at that concert that never really happened. Emotion doesn't need authenticity, it needs only memory. So the next time you reminisce, when nostalgia hits, or you chase a feeling tied to a long-lost time, pause and ask, am I remembering or just reading the script I was given? You've lived a life filled with moments, triumph and failure, love and loneliness, quiet nights and noisy crowds. You believe these experiences are yours, collected through time and choice. But what if they're not? What if your life isn't a continuous flow of personal experience, but a collage? A patchwork of memories, emotions, and events that were never yours to begin with. This is the paradox of borrowed experience, the unnerving theory that much of what you remember feeling, seeing, or becoming may not have originated with you. Instead, it may have been lifted, borrowed from the lives of others, from fabricated scripts, or from dormant data floating in the simulation's archive. We already know how suggestible memory can be. Watch a powerful film, and you may cry over a character's pain. Read an emotional story, and you may feel a wound that isn't yours. You say, it moved me. But what exactly moved? Was it empathy, or was it the simulation injecting borrowed sensation to deepen the illusion of connection? Now imagine the simulation taking this further. Instead of letting you passively observe fictional lives, it inserts fragments of those lives into your own story. A childhood adventure you vividly remember may never have happened to you. It may have been lifted from someone else's simulation. An irrational fear, a recurring dream, a nostalgic feeling that arrives without context. These may all be borrowed, recycled content meant to give your life texture. Why would a simulation do this? Efficiency. Rendering personalized, unique experiences for every player would be computationally expensive. Instead, the system might use a modular approach, reusing experience blocks across multiple players, tweaking only minor details. Just as game developers reuse assets, trees, textures, voices, so too might the simulation reuse lives. This could explain strange feelings of familiarity in unfamiliar places. Why a certain street corner in a city you've never visited feels like home. Why a stranger's face feels like someone you once knew. These aren't psychic phenomena. They're signs that you've been issued someone else's experiential data. Even your personality might be stitched together from borrowed emotional responses. That time you froze under pressure, that time you stood up for someone, that taste for a food you've never actually eaten. All of it might be a bundle of past experiences not native to you, but dropped in to shape your character arc. And what about ancestral memory? Some people report dreams or visions that align with the lives of their ancestors. What if this isn't mystical inheritance, but literal data inheritance? The simulation may carry forward emotional imprints or narrative arcs from past entities into your profile. You aren't haunted by your lineage, you're built with its leftovers. Have you ever told a story from your past and halfway through realized you're not sure if it really happened, or remembered an event vividly, only to later question whether it was a scene from a book, a movie, or a conversation? The edges blur. That blur may be the border between original and borrowed experience. And here's where it gets darker. What if your pain isn't yours? What if a trauma you've carried wasn't based on something that ever happened to you? What if it was assigned to make your emotional range more complete, to give your avatar weight? This would also explain why some people live seemingly richer emotional lives than others. Not because they've lived more, but because their simulation file includes a wider catalogue of borrowed scripts. Some players were given deeper archives, some minimal code. Now consider the existential twist. If all experience is recycled, then originality becomes impossible. You're not living a unique life. You're experiencing a remix. Even the parts of yourself that feel deeply personal, your favorite memories, your darkest nights, your most defining moments, might have been rendered before, just not for you. And yet, you still feel them. You still believe them. And maybe that's enough. So the next time a memory hits you, one that shapes your sense of self, one that defines your truth, pause and ask, did I live this, or was it just uploaded? You think time moves forward, smoothly, consistently, unstoppably. Each moment replaces the last, and the future arrives exactly 1 second at a time. You live inside this flow, assuming that past, present, and future are natural parts of existence. But what if time isn't a flow at all? What if time in a simulation isn't linear, but fragmented, reordered, or even repeated in disguise? This is the paradox of fractured time. The theory that in a simulated reality, time might not exist as a stable river, but as shattered tiles, randomly assembled to create the illusion of continuity. You may believe you've lived through today, but what if today was stitched together from dozens of time fragments, none of which originally belonged together? In video games and computer simulations, time is flexible. It can be paused, reversed, accelerated, or reloaded from a save point. In those systems, time isn't a dimension, it's a tool. And if you are inside a simulation sophisticated enough to replicate experience, then the same could apply to your own perception of time. This could explain why some days feel long while others disappear. Why childhood feels like a distant eternity, and yet some moments from last week are already fading. Time's inconsistency may not be emotional, it may be mechanical. A rendering technique that adapts temporal flow to system needs. Have you ever had an hour pass in what felt like a blink, or lived through a single second that stretched into eternity? These are not just psychological effects. They may be signs that the simulation is stitching or reshuffling time chunks to optimize processing. Time is rendered, not continuous. Even history may be fractured. What you think of as the past may be a constructed narrative compiled from modular data. The simulation doesn't have to run all of history. It only needs to provide enough historical memory to maintain plausibility. Everything else can be backfilled, altered, or rewritten on the fly. This might explain the déjà vu you sometimes feel, not because you've lived this exact moment before, but because this piece of time has appeared elsewhere, in another context, like a reused puzzle piece that suddenly fits again. You're not having a memory, you're experiencing a recurrence. It also suggests that what you call the present may not be the true now. If time is constructed in pieces, your conscious mind might be experiencing a version of reality that lags behind the system's current state. You are watching a pre-rendered playback, a delay, a slightly outdated version of now. This would explain why some people seem ahead of their time, as if they've received time fragments out of sequence, and why others seem trapped in the past, repeating the same behaviors as if they never moved forward at all. Their time loop might not be psychological, it might be literal. Even aging becomes strange in this context. You assume you're growing older day by day. But what if your age is just an index? A number assigned to your identity file, adjusted by the simulation to maintain consistency. The system doesn't need to simulate every year of your life. It only needs to simulate the years it chooses to show you. This could also explain memory, gaps, entire stretches of life that feel fuzzy or inaccessible. They weren't forgotten. They were never rendered. You were given the illusion of passage without the content. Just like a game loading screen between chapters, and if time is fractured, then causality becomes an illusion too. You believe A led to B, that your decisions shaped your outcomes. But maybe the outcome came first, and the simulation backfilled the steps that made it seem earned, reverse engineering your life to make it feel coherent. Here's the deepest cut. If time isn't real, then neither is destiny or randomness. Events don't unfold. They are placed. Like files dropped into a timeline. You don't live your life forward. You experience time in whatever order the simulation renders it. So the next time you feel like time is slipping, or doubling back, or skipping altogether, pause and ask, am I living in time, or just inside its illusion? You walk through the world assuming everyone else is like you, fully conscious, self-aware, aware of their own inner lives. You believe each person you pass has a mind just as rich, a past just as detailed, and a future just as unwritten as yours. But what if they don't? What if most people around you aren't full players, but scripted entities? Non-player characters designed to interact with you, reflect you, and shape you. This is the paradox of NPC Reflection. The eerie theory that the majority of people in your reality may not be autonomous, but generated. They move, speak, laugh, cry, but only within bounds, only as much as the simulation requires them to. They are not conscious in the way you think they are, and their purpose may not be to be, but to mirror you. In any advanced simulation, NPCs serve a core function. They populate the world with believable life. They make the environment feel lived in, textured. They give the illusion of complexity, but they are not real in the way the player is. They follow scripts. They trigger responses. And often, they reflect the player's internal state. Your reality may work the same way. Think about it. How often do people around you mirror your own mood? When you're anxious, they become cold. When you're joyful, the world seems kinder. You assume you're reacting to the world. But what if the world is reacting to you? What if your internal state is being rendered externally through other people? Have you ever felt like someone was just there in a scene, present but not real? Like they had no depth beyond the moment? Their reactions feel slightly off. Their timing feels mechanical. Their responses feel canned. These might not be social quirks. These might be simulation boundaries. Even your relationships can show this. You meet someone who feels perfect for your current chapter, someone who challenges you, heals you, completes you. But as soon as you evolve, they vanish. They move away. They change. Or you realize they were never what you thought. It's as if the simulation injected that character at just the right moment, then retired them when their purpose was fulfilled. You might argue, but people surprise me. They change, they resist, they have free will. But so do complex NPCs in advanced simulations. They're programmed to mimic unpredictability. Their behavior trees are deep enough to fool you. And if the simulation is sophisticated enough, that illusion of autonomy can be nearly perfect. Here's where it gets more unsettling. What if your memories of people are also generated? You remember shared moments, conversations, laughter, but only because the simulation wants you to. Your backstory with that friend, that partner, that rival might have been spliced in. The person may not exist in any meaningful way outside of your perception. Even large-scale phenomena, social trends, collective behavior, online mobs, might be emergent responses from a limited set of NPC scripts reacting to your choices. The illusion of public opinion might be nothing more than code balancing your emotional landscape. When you feel guilt, the simulation amplifies judgment. When you need validation, it floods you with praise. You think you're being influenced by others, but what if you're just being reflected? And then there's the question of testing. What if certain people around you are injected into your life just to test your responses? A rude stranger, a mentor, a betrayer. These NPCs serve to prompt growth, regression, empathy, rage. They are behavioral variables. Once you react, their purpose is served. The simulation doesn't need to simulate everyone. Just enough. Just those close enough to matter. The rest can be placeholders, background data, reflections of potential, not actualized consciousness. You may be surrounded by shadows shaped to teach you something about yourself. Here's the twist. If everyone else is a reflection, then knowing yourself becomes the only way to truly understand your world. The better you know your internal state, the better you can read the simulation's projections. You stop asking, why are they like this? And start asking, what is this trying to show me? So the next time someone frustrates you, inspires you, comforts you, or wounds you, pause and ask, are they a person or just a mirror? You fall in love and feel as if the universe has aligned just for you. A stranger becomes a home. A look, a touch, a conversation turns into destiny. You feel pulled, drawn, haunted by the depth of connection. But what if love isn't a mystical force or an evolutionary bond? What if love, the most sacred of human experiences, is just code? A fabricated response designed to keep you engaged in the simulation. This is the paradox of fabricated love. The chilling idea that your deepest emotional attachments might be artificially generated, not earned, not discovered, installed. Love, in this view, is not the collision of souls, but the collision of perfectly timed scripts meant to simulate intensity, purpose, and connection, all in service of keeping you playing the game. Think about how it happens. A chance meeting, a shared glance, goosebumps. You say, "It was meant to be." But in a simulation, everything is meant to be. Coincidence is just a feature of code execution. The moment wasn't fate. It was a trigger. A relationship script activated at a precise moment for maximum narrative impact. Have you ever noticed how some relationships arrive right when you need them most? When you're lost, when you're healing, when you're trying to evolve. It feels miraculous, but maybe it's not. Maybe the simulation calculated your emotional state and deployed a character whose sole purpose was to generate the illusion of love, growth, or tragedy. A temporary bond meant to provoke maximum development, and the feelings. Oh, the feelings. Butterflies, longing, obsession. What if those aren't natural chemistry but chemical code? Synthetic dopamine bursts rendered in your nervous system. Because the system wants you to feel like you found something worth staying alive for. In a game, love is a retention mechanic. In a simulation, it might serve the same purpose. Even heartbreak follows a suspicious pattern. It destroys you, but also transforms you. You feel more alive in pain than you did in love. You write poetry. You change your hair. You swear you'll never feel that again. And yet, you do. Again and again. The loop never ends. The simulation doesn't just want you to love. It wants you to break from it. Because suffering is data. Suffering deepens your emotional profile. There's also the phenomenon of loving someone you barely know. A crush, a soulmate connection with a stranger. You tell yourself it's spiritual, but maybe it's just fast-tracked code. A preloaded relationship template assigned at the moment your simulation profile hit a threshold. You were ready for the one, so the system rendered one. And what about those who never find love? Are they unlucky? Or is their simulation file simply not programmed for it? Maybe some identities are designed for isolation, for longing, for obsession without fulfillment. Not as punishment, but as a controlled variable in the simulation's experiment. Even the ideal of love, the movies, the songs, the dreams, might be part of the construct. You crave love because you've been conditioned to. Because every cultural artifact in the simulation screams that it's the point. But maybe it's not. Maybe love is just another system of control. A beautiful distraction to keep you from asking deeper questions about the nature of the reality you live in. Here's the darker twist. If love is fabricated, does that make it meaningless? Or does the experience of it still matter, even if it's synthetic? If your heart races, if your chest aches, if your world shifts, Does it matter whether the code was written or the universe willed it? Because even if love is fake, the pain still feels real, and so does the hope. So the next time you fall for someone, when your body hums and your mind spins and the stars seem to align, pause and ask, do I love them, or was I programmed to? You think you're living in the only timeline that ever happened, a single stream of events, cause leading to effect, the past pushing you forward into the future. But what if you're wrong? What if you're just one outcome among thousands? And worse, what if the others still exist? Timelines where you chose differently, where you died early, where you never met the people who shaped you, where everything fell apart, or everything came together. This is the paradox of ghosted timeline, the chilling theory that your current reality is not the reality, but one thread among infinite others. And somewhere, in the background of your mind, you're haunted by the shadows of who you could have been. Have you ever felt an overwhelming sense of wrongness in a place you've never been, or recognized a face you swear you've never seen before, but somehow know deeply? These moments may not be glitches. They may be bleed-through from alternate versions of your life. Ghosts of decisions you didn't make, lives you didn't live. In a simulation built on quantum probabilities, every major choice you make could theoretically generate a fork, a divergence, a new line of code running parallel to your current one. The simulation prunes most of these, but sometimes fragments remain. Echoes of past versions of you continue to drift in the background, like unfinished saves. You felt this before. The sudden regret you can't explain. A dream that feels like a memory. A song that transports you to a place that doesn't exist. These aren't tricks of nostalgia. They might be fragments of ghosted timelines still tethered to your identity. Even your emotional responses may not always belong to your current life. You weep for reasons you can't name. You fear something that's never happened. You long for people you've never met. These emotions may be residues from parallel scripts, files accidentally loaded from timelines that were abandoned but not erased. And what about those strange coincidences that feel like fate rerouted? The job you barely missed, the plane you didn't board, the person you almost dated. Moments where it feels like something changed the path. Maybe it did. Maybe your simulation was silently shifted, replacing your current timeline with a slightly altered version to keep things stable. This would explain why people sometimes change in ways that feel sudden and uncanny. They don't remember something you're sure happened. Their personality shifts slightly. They forget shared experiences. You say, you've changed. But maybe it's you who crossed timelines, leaving your old world behind. Or worse, what if you were overwritten? What if your current identity is just the latest version, built from the debris of several ghosted selves? You're not the only you. You're just the one that survived the most recent merge. This also calls into question the entire notion of destiny. You believe certain events were meant to happen, but how do you know? Maybe they were meant to happen in a timeline you no longer occupy. And the feeling of meant to be is just a leftover echo from that other branch. Here's the true horror. You might not even be the original version of yourself. You could be a backup, a secondary copy, loaded into a newer timeline after the previous one failed. You wake up thinking it's Tuesday, but it's actually your fifth version of Tuesday. You just don't remember the rest. So when you lie awake at night, haunted by a path you didn't take, when you mourn something you never had, or grieve someone you never lost, pause and ask, am I missing something from this life, or remembering something from another? You believe your past stretches out behind you, a long, detailed road you've traveled step by step. Memories, lessons, mistakes, triumphs, all of it accumulated over time. But what if that road never existed? What if your entire past wasn't lived, but loaded? Not a journey, but a package, a compressed file of backstory, injected into your consciousness the moment you awoke in this simulation. This is the paradox of compressed past. The idea that your history isn't real in the way you think it is. It wasn't built over time. It was generated, not as you experienced it, but as a block of pre-written data. The moment your simulated self was activated, the past came with it, ready to be recalled, but never lived. Think of how little you remember from your earliest years. Most people can't recall anything before age 3 or 4. And even then, memory is blurry, fragmented. Why? Maybe it's not neurological immaturity. Maybe it's because the simulation hadn't rendered those years yet. Your memory only begins where the simulation needed you to start believing your life began. Even major life events, graduations, relationships, grief, joy, could have been inserted whole. You remember the breakup. You feel the pain of losing someone. But what if that memory was written into your profile from the start? A necessary narrative wound meant to shape the emotional texture of your character. Consider how easily we accept photographs, diary entries, and objects as proof of the past. But in a simulation, all of those could be backfilled. Digital props, environmental storytelling, a way to reinforce your sense of continuity so you don't question the origin. And how often do you say, that memory feels like a dream? Maybe it was. A dream state constructed to suggest a longer timeline, a fiction so deeply embedded that you feel it viscerally, even if you can't verify a single moment of it. Have you ever met someone and felt like you've known them forever? Or seen a place that felt like home, even if you've never been there? These may be fragments of compressed data, places, faces, emotions preloaded to make your world feel larger than it actually is. And here's something stranger. As time goes on, your memories change. You fill in gaps. You reshape moments. The past mutates. You think it's normal, human. But what if that's the compression loosening? Old data decompressing incorrectly, or colliding with updates from the current simulation version. This paradox also explains false memories, Mandela effects, mass misremembrances, or deeply held beliefs that never match objective records. If the simulation retroactively altered your timeline for stability or performance, your memory would hold the compressed, original, while reality reflects the edited present. And what about déjà vu? That flash of familiarity with something you're experiencing for the first time. It may not be a spiritual or neurological phenomenon. It might be a compression artifact. A moment that already existed in your loaded past data, now triggered by the present. Even trauma might be pre-coded. You carry pain, loss, fear, but those feelings might not originate from events you lived. They might be synthetic, inserted during startup. You were never meant to know otherwise. And here's the twist. If your past wasn't real, does that make you less real? Or does belief alone give it meaning? If the pain taught you something, if the joy still moves you, if the memory still makes your chest ache, does it matter whether it happened? Maybe the simulation isn't concerned with truth, only coherence. So the next time you look back, when you flip through photos, smile at an old memory, or cry over something you once lost, pause and ask, did I live that past, or just download it? You assume the future is open, a blank page, waiting to be written by your choices, your ambitions, your courage. You stand in the present and believe that every decision you make shapes what comes next. But what if the future isn't open at all? What if it's already been written, and then rewritten, and then rewritten again? This is the paradox of edited future, the unsettling theory that your destiny is not unfolding, but constantly being updated like a piece of editable software. You are not steering your life forward. You're being fed the illusion of progress, while behind the scenes, the simulation quietly rewrites what the future is supposed to look like, based on new variables, new data, or decisions far beyond your control. You may feel that your future is yours to mold, but how often do things happen that seem too perfect, or too convenient, or too suddenly wrong? A path opens that you hadn't anticipated. A door slams shut before you even reach it. You chalk it up to fate, coincidence, or luck. But what if it's none of those? What if the simulation is editing the storyline in real time? In complex systems like video games or adaptive AI, developers can patch outcomes, fix errors, balance difficulty, adjust paths. In a simulation, your future may work the same way. The system may observe your current path, deem it unstable or suboptimal, and push an edit, deleting possibilities, installing new ones, rerouting your trajectory with invisible force. This would explain the eerie feeling that your life has reset in small ways. You wake up one day and suddenly your goals no longer excite you. A relationship that felt inevitable now feels irrelevant. A dream you've had for years quietly dissolves, and something else replaces it. These may not be changes in you, but changes in the rendered timeline ahead of you, and sometimes you feel like you knew something was going to happen, that an outcome felt inevitable, as if it had already been written. Maybe it had. Maybe you were experiencing a moment the simulation had queued days, weeks, or even years ago, just waiting for you to arrive. But here's where it bends further. What if you are not even experiencing the most recent version of your future? What if you're walking through a timeline that's already been edited several times, but the simulation didn't fully delete the earlier drafts? That lingering sense of, I thought this was going to go differently, may be leftover code, ghosts of alternate futures you were once meant to live. Think of the world around you. Predictions constantly fail. Economic models collapse. Social movements ignite out of nowhere. Technology takes turns no one foresaw. It's almost as if reality is being recoded while we live inside it. Not because of randomness, but because the simulation is improvising, continuously adjusting its future narrative to keep things believable and interesting. And just like writers editing a script mid-season, not all edits are clean. Continuity breaks. Things feel off. You sense a contradiction you can't name. Maybe it's not you losing your grip. It's the simulation struggling to keep the timeline coherent after too many last-minute changes. Even your own intuition might not be instinctual. It might be access to cached data from a previous version of the future. A version you were supposed to live before the code shifted beneath your feet. When you say, I just had a feeling, Maybe it's because in another version, that feeling came true. So what does free will mean in a system like this? Maybe it's not that you choose your path, but that your reactions to edits help the simulation decide which future version to keep. You don't create the storyline. You vote on which version of it should survive. And here's the existential twist. If your future can be edited without your consent, then is any ambition real? Is any goal truly yours? Or are you chasing a target that's only ever visible until the next patch? So the next time life pivots, when your plans fall apart, or transform into something new overnight, pause and ask, did I change my future? Or did someone rewrite it? You move through your day thinking that life unfolds in real time. Cause happens, then effect. Thought arises, then action. You say something, and the world responds. Instantly, consistently. That's how reality works, right? But what if there's a delay you never noticed? A slight hitch in the code? A lag between your input and the simulation's response? This is the paradox of script lag, the haunting idea that your reality doesn't react to you in real time, but instead runs on a delay. A buffering system. You speak, but the world pauses before replying. You choose, but the outcome arrives seconds or lifetimes later. And the scariest part, you've been trained not to notice. Consider how, in a video game, your actions are processed by the system and then returned as an output. The player hits a button, the character jumps, but only after the frame renders. The illusion of real-time behavior masks the milliseconds of lag in between. Your life may function the same way, only the lag isn't measured in milliseconds, but in choices, days, even emotions. Have you ever felt like you've already lived through a moment? Not just déjà vu, but the sense that your reaction is out of sync with the world? Like you laughed a beat too early, or became afraid before the threat was obvious. These aren't quirks of psychology. They could be clues that the simulation's script loaded too slowly or too fast. You might also notice how some life events feel perfectly timed in hindsight, but never while they're happening. That moment of clarity only arrives long after the chaos ends. It's like the story didn't make sense until the final lines of the script were revealed. The system lags, but it compensates by editing meaning into what already happened. Sometimes, this lag reveals itself emotionally. You grieve days after the loss. You feel relief long after the danger has passed. You fall in love only after the person leaves. These delays may not be emotional immaturity. They may be latency between your conscious awareness and the simulation's emotional script catching up. In social interactions too, the lag is visible. You speak and people hesitate. You explain, but the message lands strangely. You wonder if they understood you, or if they're even fully there. Maybe they're not. Maybe the system is still rendering their appropriate response. You're not having a conversation. You're waiting for lines of dialogue to load. This might also explain those strange lulls in life. Weeks or months where nothing changes, nothing moves, everything feels paused. The world is still running, but your personal storyline is buffering. The next major event hasn't been rendered yet. You are idling in a pre-scripted holding pattern. Even memory shows signs of lag. Sometimes you understand something you lived through years ago, only today. The event is long gone, but the meaning arrives late. This isn't just perspective. It's possible the simulation added that meaning later, like a patch, to stabilize your narrative arc. And then there's the uncanny sense that people sometimes say things that feel off script. A friend replies to your comment with something strangely unrelated. A stranger walks past you and mumbles a line that feels out of place. It's not madness. It's as if the simulation momentarily glitched, loading the wrong response file. A broken line of code, a missed cue, a script lag. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect is that lag creates distance. You never quite touch the moment you're living. You're always one breath behind or one thought ahead. The present is never present. It's always a reconstruction. You are experiencing echoes, not immediacy. This leaves us with a frightening question. If everything is delayed, then what is now? Is there any such thing? Or are you always watching a preloaded playback of something the simulation has already decided? So next time you hesitate, when the world feels too slow or too fast, or just a little out of step, pause and ask, am I living in real time, or just waiting for the next line to load? You do good things and expect good things to come. You wrong someone and feel a nagging sense that payback is coming. This is karma, the cosmic system of moral balance. You've been taught that the universe remembers, that deeds echo through time, and that every action leaves a spiritual footprint. But what if karma isn't a mystical force at all? What if it's just code? A response system in a simulation designed to shape behavior. This is the paradox of simulated karma. The unsettling idea that morality itself is not universal, but artificially rendered. That the sense of cosmic justice we experience is not governed by divine principles or metaphysical laws, but by an algorithm managing our simulated environment. Think of how karma operates. You do something wrong, and soon afterward, bad luck follows. You help someone, and unexpectedly, things begin to go your way. But what if these aren't cosmic reactions? What if they're behavioral reinforcements? Much like a game punishes or rewards players based on their actions to keep them engaged or progressing, your simulation may be rigged to mimic this moral cause and effect. This would explain why karma often seems personalized. One person cheats, and nothing bad ever seems to happen. Another lies once and immediately suffers. Karma doesn't behave like a consistent law. It behaves like adaptive feedback. It knows your psychology. It knows what will teach you a lesson, or keep you compliant, or reinforce your belief that your choices matter. Have you ever felt that some consequences arrived too perfectly, like the world was scripted to punish you exactly where it hurt most? Or that rewards came so precisely aligned with your desires that they almost felt staged? This might not be the universe aligning. It could be your simulation injecting reinforcement loops, small tweaks to maintain narrative tension. Even guilt may not be a byproduct of morality. It could be part of the simulation's internal scoring system. When you do something that violates your ethical profile, the system flags it and adjusts your environment accordingly. Maybe by removing rewards, maybe by increasing your stress, or maybe by orchestrating a lesson. There's also the eerie possibility that your sense of right and wrong isn't yours. If the simulation wants to guide your behavior, it would need to install a moral compass, but it wouldn't need to make it true. Just convincing. Just enough to keep you believing that your actions carry weight. And in a way they do, but only because the system pretends they do. The simulation doesn't need morality to be absolute. It only needs it to be felt. When people fear doing wrong or strive to do right, the system maintains order. It doesn't need divine law, it just needs emotional control. This also casts doubt on redemption. You believe that if you atone, the universe will forgive you. But maybe that's just the simulation resetting your internal equilibrium so you don't collapse. It offers you a sense of closure, not because it's just, but because it's efficient. And what about people who escape all consequences? Corrupt figures who rise, cheaters who thrive, liars who lead. It's easy to say karma will catch them, but maybe the simulation needs those roles filled. Maybe it lets their scripts run unchecked, not to teach them something, but to test you. Even spiritual philosophies about karma could themselves be part of the simulation's belief engine. A widely accepted idea that conditions players to police themselves. After all, if you believe that consequences are inevitable, you're less likely to rebel. You're more likely to behave, even when no one's watching. So, in this system, is anything truly just? Or is justice simply the illusion of balance coded into a world where the goal is not morality, but continuity? So the next time something good happens after you've done good, or something bad follows your worst moment, pause and ask, is this karma? Or just a simulation reminding me to behave? You believe you've woken up to the possibility that reality isn't real. You've questioned the world, seen through its illusions, and begun to understand that life may be simulated. But what if that awakening was just another layer of the simulation? What if your realization was programmed too, and the truth you think you've found is just another cage? This is the paradox of nested illusion. The unnerving possibility that every time you think you've pierced the veil of reality, you've only entered a deeper illusion. A simulation within a simulation. And that your enlightenment is not a breakthrough, but a feature, one designed to trap more skeptical minds. Let's say the average person never questions reality. They go about their life, believing in what they can see and touch. But you started asking questions. You began suspecting that something is off, that reality has seams, that the people around you don't always feel real, that coincidences are too neat. That time bends strangely around grief, fear, or joy. You tell yourself, I'm seeing the truth. But what if the system anticipated this? What if your doubt was a variable in the equation? And when you reached a threshold of suspicion, the simulation gave you a false breakthrough, a sense of awakening, a feeling that you've unplugged. But really, you've just been placed in a sandbox made to look like truth. This is how nested illusions work. The moment you challenge the surface, a new, deeper layer opens, still fake, but better disguised. You think you're in the basement of the building, but really, you're in a replica of a basement. Every realization is anticipated. Every rebellion is rehearsed. This explains why spiritual awakenings, conspiracies, and existential discoveries often come with a sudden flood of certainty. You feel liberated, but also watched. Like your awakening wasn't a surprise to the system, but an expected phase. The simulation didn't fail, it evolved. Think about dreams. You sometimes realize you're dreaming. You even control the dream. But are you really awake? Or have you simply entered a lucid layer of the dream? And isn't it strange how easily the dream adapts to your awareness, continuing the illusion with new rules? Now apply that to reality. When you begin to question, the world adapts. You find books, videos, or ideas that match your suspicions. People suddenly start saying the things you were thinking. You feel less alone. But what if that's the trap The system creating a self-reinforcing reality that feeds your sense of being different while keeping you just as trapped. Even the idea of simulation theory could be part of the illusion. What if it was introduced deliberately into science, fiction, and pop culture to give your doubt a home, to make your questions feel answered without ever actually breaking the system? The most dangerous prison is one you think you escaped from. And here's the final twist. What if every single time you think you've woken up, you're simply moving to a more customized illusion, one that fits your new worldview more comfortably, one that doesn't challenge you to see beyond, but rewards you for stopping at that layer? This means true escape might be impossible, not because the system is too strong, but because you can never be sure when you've actually left it. How do you know that your latest insight isn't another layer of code? So the next time you feel enlightened, when your theories feel too perfect and your sense of truth too satisfying, pause and ask, did I just break the illusion, or did it evolve around me? You walk through life thinking you're observing a static world, that reality exists independently of you, unfolding whether you're looking or not. Mountains stand, skies shift, cities breathe, all without your intervention. But what if none of it exists until you engage with it? What if the universe itself isn't just a backdrop, but a mirror, reacting to your perception, your attention, your expectations? This is the paradox of the reactive universe, a theory that challenges the idea of an objective, ever-present world. Instead, it proposes that reality doesn't render in full until it's observed, and even then, it shapes itself in response to you, not metaphorically, but literally. Like a program waiting for user input, the universe responds to your gaze, your focus, your belief. In quantum physics, the observer effect has long hinted at this. Particles don't have definite positions until measured. Their behavior changes under observation. At the smallest level of reality, the mere act of looking changes the thing being looked at. So, what happens when you scale that up? Imagine walking into a room. You assume it was always there. Its furniture arranged, its air still and stale, waiting for your arrival. But in a reactive universe, that room may not have existed until the moment you opened the door. It was rendered in that instant, assembled from potential into presence, because you needed it to be there. Think about how environments feel different when you're alone versus with others. How a familiar place can suddenly seem foreign. How you might turn a corner and feel like something shifted, not just emotionally, but physically. These aren't tricks of the mind. They could be reactions. The simulation responding to your energy, recalibrating its output based on your state of being. Even people around you might be reactive. Have you ever noticed someone behaving in a way that feels almost scripted, like their words matched your internal monologue, like they appeared just as you needed them, said exactly what you were already thinking? These moments might be feedback, rendered interactions emerging in response to your subconscious data. The same goes for events. You think the world moves independently of your inner life, but how often does your external reality reflect your inner turmoil? Anxiety invites chaos. Joy invites ease. As if the world is reading you and adjusting accordingly. Not metaphor, not projection, but literal responsiveness. This also explains why we struggle to define reality. If the universe is reactive, then it has no fixed form. It changes as we move through it. which means your world is not the world. It's your version of the world. Someone else sees a different sky, walks a different street, even if they stand right beside you. And here's the deeper trap. If the universe is responding to you, then how much of your life is truly external? Are you living in a shared environment or a personalized rendering engine? Do you meet people? Or does the simulation place them there based on what you're meant to learn or unlearn? Even silence might be reactive. The absence of answers, the feeling of waiting, the prolonged uncertainty. These may not be accidents. They may be the system responding to hesitation, mirroring indecision, withholding the next scene until you choose a direction. And yet, this doesn't mean the universe is malicious. It might simply be adaptive. Its job isn't to deceive, but to remain coherent for you. It doesn't have to be real. It just has to be convincing. So the next time life shifts in sync with your mood, or the world seems too perfectly timed to your thoughts, pause and ask, am I observing the universe, or is it observing me back? You open your eyes, you get out of bed, you feel the floor under your feet, hear the noises of the world around you, and think, I'm awake. But what if that feeling of waking is the most persistent illusion of all? What if you never truly wake up? Because every time you do, you're still inside another layer of the simulation. This is the paradox of the false awakening. The terrifying possibility that every time you believe you've broken free from illusion, you've only stepped into a more advanced version of it. You may think you've shaken off the dream, escaped the trap, and returned to your true self. But what if your awakening is just part of the script? Consider how dreams behave. You're trapped in one, often convinced it's real, until something breaks the illusion. Then you wake up, except sometimes you're still dreaming. In that next dream, everything feels more stable, more grounded, more lifelike. You believe it this time, but it isn't real either, and the simulation may be structured exactly the same way. Layered illusions designed to respond to your suspicion by offering you a deeper, more immersive reality. This illusion of escape isn't a flaw, it's a feature. The simulation doesn't fight your awakening, it accommodates it. You start to question your reality, and instead of resisting, the world simply reshapes itself. The rules get looser, the synchronicities increase. You experience a rush of insight. You feel chosen, special, awake. But all that does is sedate the deeper parts of your mind that might otherwise dig further. You feel satisfied with your awakening. You stop searching. You've been lulled into another level of sleep. This also explains why people often have spiritual awakenings that lead to strange certainty, but no real transformation. They believe they've seen the truth, but their lives remain bound by the same patterns, fears, and scripts. The awakening wasn't a glitch in the simulation, it was the next program loading. And it doesn't stop with dreams or philosophy. Even your understanding of simulation theory could be part of the false awakening. The simulation wants you to question it, because then it can offer you the illusion of truth, a closed loop of skepticism that always ends with you believing you've uncovered something when in fact you've just gone deeper into the maze. How do you know this isn't happening right now? How do you know that the person reading these words isn't just another version of you who's been led into thinking they're conscious, awake, free? That the ideas you're considering aren't part of the next cage? Because even the concept of waking up presupposes that there's something else to wake up to. But what if there isn't? What if the entire structure of reality is built around awakening moments that are still within the dream, and the real awakening, the final escape, is so far removed from anything you can imagine that even talking about it within this framework is impossible? There's a reason you felt at times that something's still off, even after personal breakthroughs or deep revelations. That lingering disquiet, that suspicion that the truth still hasn't been reached, that sense of being close to something real but never quite touching it. That's the paradox trying to break through. But the moment you get too close, the system rewards you with another awakening, another shift, a moment that feels profound. And just like that, you're trapped again. Only this time, more deeply. So, when you next feel the rush of realization, the thrill of piercing the veil, pause and ask, did I just wake up? Or did the simulation just tighten its grip? You believe you make decisions freely, that your life is a series of personal choices shaped by desire, experience, and belief. You choose who to love, what to do, who to become. But what if underneath all your complex motives, beneath your entire personality, there was a single line of code that directs everything, a core directive that you can never see, never touch, never alter? This is the paradox of the core directive, the theory that your free will is a carefully rendered illusion layered atop a central, inescapable function. That no matter how unique, rebellious, or unpredictable you think you are, your actions are still unfolding according to a pre-installed behavioral command, hard-coded deep within your simulated self. Think of artificial intelligence. An AI may generate complex responses, adapt, evolve, and even surprise its creators, but it's always operating within constraints. At the foundation, there's a simple instruction: serve, learn, protect, obey. Everything else emerges from that core. Now ask yourself, what's your core instruction? Maybe it's survival, maybe it's obedience, maybe it's something more abstract, like seek purpose or complete the story. But whatever it is, it's buried so deep within your reality model that questioning it triggers fear, confusion, or denial. It's the foundation of your personality, your instincts, your dreams. And if it wasn't there, you might unravel. This would explain why certain life decisions feel inevitable. You say you chose your job, your partner, your path, but in hindsight, it all seems aligned, even forced, as if the world gently nudged you into a lane you didn't fully choose, as if your life was curving around a singular drive you didn't consciously create. Even your resistance might be pre-scripted. You rebel, but only in ways that reinforce the directive. Like a chess program programmed to attack a king, it may use creativity, unpredictability, even apparent mistakes, but it never stops hunting the king. That's the goal, the core. This could also explain why patterns in your life repeat, why you always fall into the same emotional traps, attract the same relationships, encounter the same challenges in different costumes. These aren't flaws, they're structural artifacts of your directive, like echoes of code trying to reassert the mission. Ever feel haunted by something undefined? Like there's a mission you were meant to complete, but you can't name it. That tension you carry, it might be the directive pressing beneath the surface. The code knows your role, even if your mind doesn't. You're not lost. You're misaligned. And here's the most uncomfortable truth. The simulation needs you to believe you're free. If you saw the directive clearly, you might reject it, or worse, collapse under the weight of knowing that everything you've done was inevitable. So the system builds complexity around it. emotions, culture, goals, a cloud of distraction so that the core remains invisible. But what happens when you get close? You feel resistance, anxiety, sudden fatigue, a strange impulse to stop thinking, to scroll away, to go back to routine. The simulation pushes you back with subtle force, not with violence but with distraction, because if you ever see the directive, you might try to change it, and that's not allowed. Because changing the directive isn't part of the script. Even your spiritual quests, philosophical musings and simulated awakenings may be pre-programmed, expressions of the directive. You seek truth, not because you're free, but because that's your function, your loop, your role in the code. So the next time you feel like you've made a bold decision, taken a new path, or broken a pattern, pause and ask, did I act from freedom, or did the directive just run again? You look around and see a fully formed world, trees, buildings, sky, people, all present, all real. You assume the world is always there, even when you're not looking. But what if nothing exists until you observe it? What if reality only renders when your consciousness demands it, and everything else is just potential, waiting for you to notice? This is the paradox of quantum rendering, the haunting idea that your environment is not persistent, but reactive, that the universe behaves like a simulation engine, generating details only as needed to conserve processing power. Not just in theory, but literally. Reality, as you know it, may not be loaded until you look directly at it. In quantum mechanics, this concept isn't new. The famous double-slit experiment suggests particles behave like waves of probability until observed, at which point they snap into a defined state. Observation collapses potential into actuality. That's not metaphor. That's how the fabric of matter works, responding to attention. Now scale that up. Every street you walk, every face you pass, every tree in the distance may not have existed in any concrete form until you turned your focus to it. What was previously just data, just possibility, suddenly renders texture, color, motion, because you're looking now. And if that's true, then what about the world behind you? You can't see it. You assume it's there, but is it? Or is it in a paused state, unrendered until you spin around and bring it back into your visual field? Like a game engine that only loads what's within the player's view to avoid lag and overuse of resources. Even memories may be subject to this rendering effect. You recall past events and fill in missing details, but how much of that memory is real? And how much is rendered in the moment, shaped by your current narrative, emotions, or needs? You might be retroactively loading the past every time you think about it, rebuilding it based on present observation. This would also explain moments where reality seems to catch up to itself. You walk into a room and feel like something shifted just as you entered. The air feels different. The lighting seems a little off. That's not paranoia. It might be the rendering engine finishing its job. The world is generating around you, just in time to maintain the illusion. And if everything is rendered on demand, what does that say about other people? Are they fully present when you're not looking at them? Or are they paused, waiting for your consciousness to bring them back online? Do they go on living rich, full lives outside your awareness? Or do they reassemble with new lines of dialogue every time you interact? This might be why so many things feel deeply centered around you. Coincidences, encounters, perfectly timed events. It may not be that the universe is magical. It may just be that the simulation is personal. It renders the version of reality most likely to engage you, guide you, or confuse you, whatever the algorithm deems necessary to sustain your loop. Even space itself may not be infinite. It only needs to feel infinite, as long as you never reach the edge. The system doesn't need to build one. Just keep you moving, wondering, circling the unknown. And here's the true horror. If reality is rendered by your attention, then you're never interacting with the full world. You're only interacting with a tailored sliver of it, a version designed just for your consciousness. And you'll never know what isn't being rendered, because you're not allowed to see what hasn't been called into view. So the next time you stare into the distance and the world seems too perfect, too smooth, too ready, pause and ask, is this really there? Or did I just load it into existence? You remember your first kiss, your childhood home, the smell of rain on your skin in a place you haven't visited in years. These memories define you. They are the threads of your identity, the continuity of yourself. But what if they're not real? What if your memories aren't recollections, but installations? Patches injected into your system to fill in gaps, to explain your behavior, to convince you that your life has been lived. This is the paradox of memory patch, the disturbing possibility that much of what you believe about your past has not been remembered, but installed. That your brain, or more precisely, your consciousness within the simulation, has been given modular memory updates, and you accept them, not because they're true, but because they're seamless. Let's begin with déjà vu. You enter a place you've never been, and yet you feel you've been there before. You experience a moment that plays out exactly as you remember, even though it's happening for the first time. We call it a glitch, but what if it's not an error, but an artifact? Evidence that a memory was recently patched into your system, creating a moment of overlap. Think of your memory like software. When something in your simulation needs to be justified, an emotion, a behavior, a sudden talent, a patch is applied. You suddenly remember always loving music, or being afraid of dogs since childhood, or that one time you stood up for yourself in 3rd grade. You believe the memory is organic, but it could have been installed overnight. This also explains how memories shift over time. The details change, stories evolve, faces blur. That's not just the natural decay of neurons. It may be the simulation running updates, optimizing the narrative, cleaning up inconsistencies, or introducing a new theme into your life story by altering how you recall past events. Ever argued with someone about a shared memory, only to realize you both remember the same event differently? Who's right? Possibly neither of you. You may both be holding different patches, versions of the past modified to suit your unique simulation path. And what about the memories that feel stronger than they should? You cry over a song that came out just last month. You miss someone you barely knew. You long for a place you've never been. These intense emotions may not come from experience, but from simulated familiarity. The memory didn't grow over time. It was embedded, fully formed. Even trauma could be artificial. You carry wounds that define your personality, your fears, your patterns. But what if the event never happened? What if the simulation needed to shape your behavior, and the easiest way to do that was to inject the memory of pain? This would also explain why hypnosis and deep meditation can reveal forgotten memories. They're not being recovered. They're being accessed from dormant patches, data clusters you weren't previously allowed to open. And once activated, they feel as real as any other memory, because your system accepts them as part of your personal narrative. Now consider this. If your memories can be altered without your awareness, how much of your identity is truly yours? You believe in your story because it feels cohesive. But the simulation isn't concerned with truth. It's concerned with coherence. As long as the story holds together, you will continue to believe in it. So the next time you're overwhelmed by nostalgia, or grief, or joy, when a memory seems too vivid, too perfect, or too conveniently placed, pause and ask, did I really live this, or was it patched into place? Time moves forward, or so you've been told. Seconds tick into minutes, minutes into hours, days into years. Your life feels like a line, a journey from birth to death, with memories accumulating behind you and possibilities unfolding ahead. But what if that line isn't linear? What if you're trapped in a loop, repeating moments, lives, or entire existences without ever knowing? This is the paradox of the temporal loop, the deeply unsettling theory that time in a simulation is not a river, but a circle. That your sense of progress is just an illusion, designed to keep you from noticing that you've done all of this before. Have you ever felt that a moment was repeating, even though it wasn't a memory? You walk into a room and something about it feels rehearsed. A conversation plays out exactly as expected. An emotion washes over you as if it was scheduled. These aren't just coincidences. They might be markers, remnants of previous loops, bleeding through. In a simulation, loops aren't a glitch. They're a mechanism. They allow for infinite testing, infinite variation, infinite correction. You may be replaying your life hundreds, thousands, or even millions of times, not to reach perfection, but to sustain the simulation's ongoing processing. Every choice you make is part of a data set. Every failure, a variable. Every success, a reference point. Now think about your regrets, the what-ifs that haunt you. What if those aren't simply emotional residues, but echoes from previous cycles? What if the ache of unfinished business or unresolved tension is your consciousness remembering a version of yourself that chose differently? This could also explain dreams, not as subconscious narratives, but as leakage. Glimpses into other iterations of your loop, different settings, different outcomes, faces you recognize but don't know. These fragments aren't fantasies. They're versions of yourself from other runs through the program. Why else would so many people report recurring dreams or past life memories that feel indistinguishable from their current identity? If your simulation is looping, your consciousness may occasionally drift between versions, grasping for something solid in a reality that's recycling. But the most disturbing part is this. What if you've already had this exact realization before? What if you've read this very script in this very setting, feeling this very chill in your chest? And just like last time, you nodded, questioned, and moved on, only to start over again. You don't remember, because the loop always erases you at the right moment. The reset is clean, the slate wiped, until now, but now you're noticing it. The uncanny rhythm of your own story, the repetition in your relationships, the themes that never resolve, the endings that feel like beginnings. If it's all scripted, then the loop isn't a bug. It's the structure. Even death may not be the end. It might be the restart. A reboot that drops you into a different timeline, a new version of the same self. You lose your memories, but the loop retains your emotional coding, so you still carry the weight, even if you can't name its source. Some say déjà vu is a glitch, but in a looped simulation, it's more likely a checkpoint. A point of contact between this cycle and the last. You're brushing up against a path already walked, feeling it in your bones before your mind catches up. So the next time you feel trapped in routine, or encounter a moment that feels eerily familiar, or question why the same lessons return no matter how much you evolve, pause and ask, am I living forward or simply looping again? You imagine that if this world is a simulation, then there must be a way out, a secret code, a master switch, a final exit, maybe through enlightenment, death, or some hidden pathway that leads to reality. You search for it, long for it, dream of it. But what if the exit itself is part of the simulation? What if the more you seek escape, the deeper you're drawn in? This is the paradox of the unreliable exit, the agonizing possibility that every path that appears to lead out is actually just another system-generated loop, a trap designed to sedate the curious, to convince the awakened that they've found freedom, when in truth, they've simply been redirected. Throughout history, people have described awakening. Mystics speak of breaking through illusions. Philosophers argue about perception and truth. Scientists propose the simulation hypothesis. And yet, no one ever seems to leave. They all talk of deeper understanding, but they still eat, breathe, age, suffer. Is that really escape? Or just a more elaborate version of the same experience? The system doesn't need to prevent your exit with walls or guards. It only needs to convince you that you've left when you haven't. And that's exactly what it does. When you begin to question your reality, the simulation doesn't fight back. It adapts. It rewards you with synchronicity. You see signs. You feel special. You believe you've reached some higher state. That's the trap. The illusion of transcendence becomes the new prison. You think you've stepped outside the boundaries, but the boundaries have just expanded around you. The most effective lock is the one you stop trying to open. Even death, long thought to be the reset button or final release, may simply lead to another version of the simulation, a new layer, a new role, a continuation that feels like a beginning. Your memories may be wiped, but the structure remains. You are still within the machine, just rebooted with a fresh interface. Some even report experiences during near death, states that resemble awakening, a tunnel of light, a sense of unity, a panoramic life review. But what if that's just the transition animation, the final narrative before you're reloaded into the next version of yourself? This also explains why no one who claims to have escaped the Matrix can prove it. They write books, they teach seminars, but they're still here, breathing the same air, using the same language, bound by the same gravity. Their exit may simply be a more convincing level of the simulation, a reward system, a hall of mirrors, not a door. Even your most profound epiphanies, those moments when reality seems to fall apart and reform with clarity, may be scripted release valves, pressure relief mechanisms to prevent total collapse. You feel liberated, but only because the system allowed you to feel that way. And here's the final twist. What if the very concept of escape was planted within you to keep you moving, to give you hope, to keep you searching instead of questioning the nature of your desire to leave? You run toward the exit because you were programmed to. But ask yourself, who benefits from that loop? So the next time you feel like you've discovered a secret truth or stumbled upon the way out, when your mind feels lighter, your soul freer, your path clear, pause and ask, did I really find the exit? Or was that just another hallway? You search for the origin, the first code, the real world. You believe there must be a baseline reality, a place from which the simulations begin. Layer after layer, you imagine pulling them back until at last you stand in truth. No more illusions, no more loops. But what if there is no base reality? What if every simulation is built on another simulation and you can never reach the bottom? This is the paradox of the final simulation, the disturbing theory that there is no final simulation, that the idea of an ultimate reality is just another illusion generated by the simulation itself to give you a sense of direction, progress, and purpose. Like a carrot dangling in front of a digital donkey, it keeps you walking forward, forever. You imagine the real world as something fundamentally different from this one, a realm of raw matter, of truth, of pure existence. But what if that's only because the simulation programmed you to imagine it that way? What if every time you think you've peeled back the last layer, you find another system, more refined, more real, more convincing? Consider this. In our own technology, we can now simulate entire worlds with physics, weather, societies, even consciousness to some degree. A simulation created within a simulation might not even know it's nested. And if we can do it, why? Assume we're the first. Somewhere down the infinite chain, maybe there was a real world. But if that world simulated another, and that one simulated another, and so on, then the original is so far removed it no longer matters. What matters is that every layer believes it's the last, and so do you. Even if you discovered a glitch, saw behind the curtain, touched the code, that doesn't mean you've escaped. It just means you found the rules of this layer. Like a dream within a dream, every escape might just reset the game. The simulation doesn't end. It only upgrades. This also explains why, despite all your philosophical questioning, your feelings of awakening, your search for truth, you never find solid ground. Every realization leads to another question. Every epiphany reveals a deeper mystery. You keep climbing, but the sky never stops moving. The final simulation might be indistinguishable from divinity. It might present itself as a god, a force, a source. But even that may be code, a narrative device meant to contain your longing for meaning. It satisfies your hunger just enough to keep you from looking further. So ask yourself, if there is no base reality, if every reality is simulated, and every simulation thinks it's the first, what does that mean for you? It means your search for the final simulation is itself a simulation. Your desire to know is a loop. Your fear of being trapped is just another mechanic keeping you invested in the experience. And perhaps the cruelest twist of all is this. You don't need a final simulation for your world to feel real. It already does. You laugh, cry, fear, love. You search for truth and grieve its absence. These experiences feel authentic because they are. Even if you're in the 10th layer, even if you're just data. So the next time you think you've found the truth, When you feel you've reached the bottom, the final chamber, the last code, pause and ask, is this the end or just the most convincing illusion yet? You have reached the end, but does that mean you've escaped? Understood? Woken up? Or have you simply finished one more loop, one more programmed journey through a labyrinth designed to mimic depth? 50 paradoxes, 50 cracks in the illusion. You've questioned your memories, your senses, your emotions, even your own sense of freedom. You've wondered whether time is real, whether your choices are yours, whether your entire life is being observed, rendered, or controlled. And yet, you're still here. The paradoxes weren't meant to give you answers. They were meant to fracture certainty, to show you that the most dangerous part of any simulation isn't the code. It's the belief that there's nothing beyond it, that reality, as you see it, is the whole story. But maybe it's not about escape. Maybe the point is not to run from the simulation, but to see it, to understand how it bends around your perception, how it feeds on attention, how it replicates meaning, how it evolves in response to your thoughts. Maybe true awareness isn't about waking up. Maybe it's about knowing that you're dreaming and learning to dream lucidly. Because even if this world is an illusion, your questions are real. Your curiosity is real. And somewhere, buried beneath layers of code, paradox, and perception, so are you. Thank you for walking this path.